Hi, everyone. I'm Wayne Sutton. Welcome to the Icon Summit. I hope you're all doing well, doing safe. Excited about this event today. Um, and we're going to get started. And I'm the founder of the Icon Project. Also wear a couple hats. I'm the co-founder and CTO of Change Catalyst. I'm the community lead at a company called Observable in the data visualization space. And here we are in 2022 hosting the third Icon Summit. I want to say thank you all for being here this morning. Feel free to use the chat, use the poll throughout the day. Hopefully everyone's safe, everyone's well. We have several members of the Change Scholars team in the chat. Araya, Melinda, Christina, Renzo. We have captioning provided. And that's also in the chat. Araya just posted that if you need captioning. But just want to say thank you everyone for being here today. A little bit about the Icon Project. Icon Project now is in its third year. Started late 2019. We have a therapy fund, nonprofit therapy fund that focuses on providing therapy for people who may not can afford it. So we raise funds to be able to provide help that way. We have the Icon Summit, as you are a part of here today. And we have a community, which is a side group of Black and Brown men in tech. And I put the plus because this year at the Icon Summit is the first year that it's not just Black and Brown men. We have some amazing Black women who are speaking today, and excited about learning from them and their experiences as well. Events like this, I'm gonna jump to some logistical work, logistical things. Events like this can happen with our sponsors, our partners, and really appreciate Blend for the support. Google, First Tech Credit Union, Change Catalyst, Interpreter Now, and Balsamic. Really appreciate your support in this event. Icon Summit, this is, like I mentioned, this is the third Icon Summit. The first one was in 2019, before the pandemic at Facebook headquarters in New York, with about 300 Black and Brown men. We had Dapper Dan as a keynote speaker. It was a fun time. It was one of the most proud events I've done in my life. But the theme this year is how to thrive, especially with everything we have going on in the world. I still think it's important that we focus on helping others to be successful. So really hope that the message and the content today help out with people being successful in their careers. May is National, I think I got that wrong. I really got that wrong. Sorry. May is National Mental Health Awareness Month. And apologies about the slide. But as you know, mental health is something that's very, very important to me. It's very important to our mission. And it's a conversation that I feel like, especially with Black and Brown men, that we don't talk about enough. And so I hope events like this can remove some of the stigma and stereotypes around the event. If you need help or you know someone needs help, we have some resources here on the slide, and also look at the chat that was just posted, which is a complete list of mental health resources for Black, Indigenous people of color. It's a long list, so if you know someone that may be going through something, or whether they're spoken up or not, check on your friends, do the how you doing, have the how you doing conversation, and try to be there in terms of support. And questions for the chat. Thank you all for being here today. How you practice self-care. You feel open to share. I would love to see some responses in the chat. There's no wrong answers, whether it's walking, whether it's therapy, whether it's going to the gym, whether it's watching TV, whether it's Netflix and chill. There's no wrong answer. So I'm just curious in the chat how you practice self-care. And wow, and maybe I wasn't ready for the question. But feel free to use the chat and answer the question throughout the day. Another question, and this question, I hope you learn from my speakers today around how they're thriving. Fatima, upcoming speaker, what says? Taking a break from everything, yes. Take a 10-minute walk, daily yoga, taking a daily walk, golf. Love it, love it, love it. Close my laptop at 5 p.m. I love that. Yoga, meditation, tea, and basketball. I miss playing basketball. I had played a year. Cycling. Nice, nice. Daily exercise, running, strength. Thank you, thank you. Naps. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Naps, Megan. Nice, nice. Yoga. Awesome, awesome. Love it. All right. And I'm curious, do you see yourself thriving in 2022? And if you do see yourself thriving, how are you thriving? You give an example. And it could be just a win. It could be just, you thriving by, I'm waking up today, right? I got the chance to I have a job, despite I may not have a job, but yeah, I'm healthy, right? So how do you see yourself and thriving in 2022? Congrats, Brett. Good job. Nice, nice. Yeah, and thriving could be helping others. Thriving could be mentoring. Thriving can be doing what you love. It could be traveling. Thriving could be anything that just give you energy, give you the sense of hope and joy. So how are you thriving in 2022? Feel free to use the chat. Nice, practicing gratitude. Awesome, awesome. Great. Well, feel free to think about those questions throughout the day, and we keep moving forward. I want to say a big thank you to our amazing speakers. I know some of y'all, I'm full transparent. I try to keep it real, y'all. Try to keep it real. I know some of y'all asked at the last minute. I appreciate y'all coming through. I appreciate the fam coming through. I appreciate some coworkers, some colleagues, some people I know for a long time coming through for speakers, some new people I've met in the last 6 months, people I've never met speaking. So I really, really appreciate you all. Looking forward to hearing from you all today. I also appreciate the Change Catalyst team. Can't do this without them for putting up with me, dealing with me through all this. Linda Epler, my wife, my partner, my friend, my motorcycle buddy, Christina, Araya, Renzo. Really appreciate you all for helping make this event happen and bear with me on this event. So thank you all. Thank you in the audience for being here today. And I know a lot is going on in the world. And so I want to take time to say, people grieve in their own way, and people process traumas and triggers in their own way. I just want to say, racism, as we know, is still happening. A lot of the isms are still happening. What happened in Buffalo, we know, was hard, and something, we were dealing with a lot of this before the pandemic, and it continues to escalate since the pandemic when we reached 2022. And so just want to thank you all for being here today. I hope this event is helpful, and that as a Black man in America, 2022 is hard, but we still here. So say thank y'all for being here. Please take care of yourself. And as we're here, we can try to create change together. But thank you. But enough for me. It's time. I want to kind of kick things off with a meditation session, and I'm excited to bring this human to you all today. Fatima Farmer, certified meditation and mindfulness teacher, breathwork facilitator. She's awesome. Just want to say thank you, Fatima, for coming through. And I'm going to invite Fatima on the stage. And she can introduce herself and take it from there. And once she joins. Yeah. And thank you all for your comments in the chat and being here again this morning. And also thank you for our interpreters. We have Antonio on the screen today. You see him at the bottom. We also have Ty as well. And so they be going back and forth. So I appreciate them. All right, Fatima, I'm going to stop sharing my screen. And hi, how you doing?
Hi, I'm doing good. How are you?
Good, good, good. All right, thank you for being here today.
Of
And
course.
I'm going to let you do your thing.
Awesome. Well, just want to really check and make sure, first and foremost, that everyone can hear me and see me okay. If you can just give me a thumbs up, let me know. And as you're doing that in the chat, I am going to just briefly share a little bit about what we're going to be doing today. I am so honored that I'm able to speak here today and offer this meditation. So, Wayne, thank you for inviting me. Thank you for connecting with me and just allowing me into this space. It's Mental Health Awareness Month, as you said, and it's also just trying time for a lot of reasons. Um, and I know that today, especially, a lot of us may have heavy hearts. So I'm hoping that this mindfulness practice does a few things. One, that it gives you an opportunity to really be present as you are about to get into this summit and get into this day of speakers and learning and expanding your minds, expanding your consciousness. But also, I hope that it gives you a moment of solace, a moment to reflect, and a moment to really recognize how valuable you are, despite what media may portray, despite what um, the news may portray. Know that you are valuable, you are worthy, and that you are so deserving. So I really, really hope, my intention is that this meditation fills you up and restores that cup, because I know a lot of us may be feeling very depleted today. So, with that being said, I am going to go ahead and just share some music. And if you can let me know when you can hear it, that would be amazing. And you may see my Spotify playlist pop up on the screen, because I've never used this tool before, but that is okay. If you want to check out the playlist, you'll be able to see that as well. But just most importantly, as long as you can hear everything fine, that is the most important part here. So, I am going to get some music started for us. And as I'm doing so, I would love for you to, in the chat, just let me know if this is your first time ever meditating. Just give me first time, if this is your first time meditating. And if it's not, let me know if you have ever tried a mindfulness meditation, which is really just the act of being present, right? It's the present, it's being present in your body, present in your mind. And instead of pushing things away, as we often hear in meditation, there is this the goal is to silence the mind, right? In truth, mindfulness is all about being aware, right? Being connected to your experience. So you may hear background noise in my background, you may hear background noise in your background. Know that all of that is okay. All of that is a part of the practice. And the goal is to actually just be aware of it, and to be accepting of the things that we can't control around us, but still being able to honor and find that solace within, and that's that peace within. So that's what this practice will be about today. Again, my name is Fatima. I'm so happy to be here, and we're going to go ahead and get started. So you can, at this moment, if you're not already in a comfortable position, maybe you want to sit, allowing your shoulders to just open up, expand, allowing your spine to be nice and tall, and you should be able to hear some music playing now, so just give me a thumbs up if you can hear that music. And as you're doing that, just go ahead, roll your shoulders back, sitting up nice and tall, not hearing it yet. Let's see. Well, if you can't hear the music, it won't be the first time that I've never done it without music, so we're going to keep rolling. I want you to just listen to my voice, okay? And know that the most important part of this meditation is going within. So take a moment to close your eyes and begin to listen to the sound of your heartbeat, placing your hand over your heart. And if you like to, you can even place your other hand over your belly. And simply notice your heart beating. Without altering or changing the rhythm of your breathing, just notice. How are you breathing today? Notice if you feel any anxiety in your body, in your belly, in your chest. And take this moment to receive a deep, full breath in through the nose and letting out a sigh out through the mouth. Again, breathing in deep through the nose and out through the mouth. Continuing to breathe in that manner at your own pace, finding a rhythm that feels natural and comfortable to you. And as you receive that full breath in through your nose, focus on filling your belly with air. Imagining almost that your belly is rising like a balloon. And on the exhale, imagine that balloon is deflating slowly. You may notice that your body is starting to feel relaxed. And maybe your mind is still bouncing from thought to thought. Know that that is okay. Know that in this moment, you are exactly where you're supposed to be. That you are supported and guided. And allow your breath, that deep breath in through the nose and out through the mouth, to be an anchor, guiding you back into the present moment whenever you feel anxious and overwhelmed. That deep breath in through the nose and out through the mouth. Is your reminder that you are alive, you are present in this body, you're present in this moment, and you have everything that you need. Again, breathing in deep through the nose. And out through the mouth. As you continue to breathe, I invite you to bring your awareness to the soles of your feet. Simply noticing your feet planted on the earth beneath you. Noticing the ground beneath you. Fully relaxing into this moment. And as you breathe, begin to allow a softness to move up your feet, across your legs, moving up the body, becoming more and more relaxed, your legs feeling heavy, breathing through any tension you may feel in the hips, breathing through any tension you may feel in the belly. Imagining a wave of relaxation moving over your body. Chest relax. Shoulders relax. Jaw completely relax. The muscles in your face soften. Your arms feel heavy. From head to toe, a wave of deep relaxation washes over your body. Remembering to breathe in through the nose and out through the mouth. Noticing the stillness of this moment. Bringing both hands to your heart center if they are not already there. And as we prepare to close this practice, I offer you an affirmation. And if it resonates, you can choose to say it aloud to yourself or silently in your mind. As you continue to breathe in through your nose, filling your belly with air, letting out a sigh out through your mouth. I am here in this moment. I am here in this body. And I have everything I need. I am divinely supported. And I am deeply loved. Breathing in through the nose and out through the mouth. Again, I am here, present in this body. I am present in this moment. And I have everything that I need. I am divinely supported. And I am deeply loved. And we'll close this practice with 3 final deep breaths together, really releasing any tension in your body, any pressure you may feel, allowing your exhale to remove that from your body. Breathe as if your life depends on it. Breathing in through the nose, sighing out through the mouth, letting it go. Again, second time, breathing in through the nose, filling the belly, expanding the body, out through the mouth, letting out a loud sigh, letting it go, letting it out. One last time together, we breathe in through the nose. Make it big, make it count, let it out through the mouth. And when you feel ready, begin to wake up the body. Maybe stretching your fingers or your neck. With eyes still closed, just staying in that space, just slowly waking up the body. And when you feel ready, after you've gotten all the movement out of your body, take your time, open your eyes, and you can meet me back here in the space. And if we have time, I am happy to take a few questions. I also have a slide up on the screen with more information about myself and my practice and how you can get in touch with me. So feel free to check out that slide. And I just want to say thank you again to everyone for being here. Thank you, Wayne, for having me. And thank you for everyone that is here watching and listening and showing up for yourself and taking the time to do this for yourself. I'm so appreciative. Thank you.
Fatima, thank you so much for that guided meditation. I appreciate the work you're doing. Feel free to share your website resources in the chat so people get in contact with you. But thank you. That was needed. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. You're so welcome.
Right.
Thank you.
All right. Take care.
You too.
All right. Awesome. Let's take a deep breath. Take a moment for our interpreters to switch. Take a deep breath. Awesome. All right. We're back. All right. Again, thank you. Thank you to Fatima for that session. It was good. It was good. And we're going to transition and bring up our next speaker, Megan Rose Dickey. But while I'm doing that, how y'all feeling? What did you think about? What do you think about Fatima? How did it make you feel? Feel free to use the chat. I see a lot of thank yous. Thank you. Awesome. So Megan's joining. There she is. All right, Megan, can we hear you?
Yeah.
How you feeling?
I'm good. That was amazing. I really needed a meditation. At one point I was into meditating and then I just totally fell off of it. So that was really nice.
Yeah. I'm with you. Yeah. There was a moment where I was like every day. And now it's like at night I do the past couple months I maybe do like a couple like 10 minutes at night, but it's
That's
hard.
good.
Yeah. I'm not gonna make excuses. It's not hard. I have to be more self-disciplined about doing meditation.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like I love meditation, but I think with me, I try to be gentle with myself. So like even if like when I think I actually had a streak of like 180 days of meditation or something like that, but the meditations were no longer than 5 minutes at a time. Sometimes they were just 1 minute, but I just felt like, okay, if I can just like be with myself for even like a minute, then it's still better than nothing. And now I'm at nothing now.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad we had this session this morning, and we got to get back to it. Yeah. And but yeah, apology. We just jump in. I don't know if everyone knows, but Megan and I go way back, and I kind of sneaked her into speaking. I guess so I appreciate her being here today. But for those who don't know Megan Rose Dickey, can you share a little bit about your background and what you're doing today and so forth?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so well, yeah, so when you and I actually met when I was working at my first job out of college. I was working at Launch, which was founded by Jason Calacanis, serial entrepreneur, angel investor. And yeah, we were like doing the Launch conference, and I think that's when I first met you and learned about. I feel like that's when like the Soledad O'Brien documentary came out, and there was like all this talk about like Black people in tech, and so that was like very. It was kind of like a good entry point for me, honestly. And then so while I was at Launch, I was writing for the blog, covering startups and investments, and at the time I really didn't know. Like that was definitely a crash course in the tech industry for me, because like in college I thought, okay, like I want to be a tech journalist. I'm gonna just review gadgets. I just wanted to review like the next iPhone, next iPad, etc. But then I really learned about like I learned about like the founder experience and what it takes to raise funding and so forth. And then I ended up from there at Business Insider for a couple of years living in New York. Then spent 5.5 years at TechCrunch specifically covering diversity and inclusion in tech, which was very important for me because I felt like I got burnt out while at Business Insider, because I think I just felt like, okay, like I'm just covering this white man gets funding, that white person gets funding, like this white person just got a lot richer, and I was struggling to find meaning in what I was doing. So by shifting and like focusing on D&I, that was really a lot more rewarding for me. And I guess fast forward a little bit, I've been at Backstage Capital now since January of this year. I'm the chief content officer, and I don't want to call it journalism. I'm definitely using a lot of my journalism skills and applying that to what I'm doing at Backstage. But it's content. It's content marketing essentially. But it's been a lot of fun, and I think what's been nice is that because it's not a traditional news publication, there's actually have time to just write about the things I want to write about and not really worry too much about like, okay, well, like, is this going to like make an advertiser want to pay us money, because we don't need it, thankfully. So it's a lot more relaxed. So that's been really good.
That's awesome. Thanks for sharing that story. I took a couple of things from that. One is that I wasn't so old, but no, we've been knowing each other for the longest time. It's like 2000. That's 2011. Like, wow. Yeah. Before, like, when the tech industry was still talking about primarily like there's no diversity problem, tech is a meritocracy. That was the internet is a level playing field. That was the complete message in 2011. Like, why do we need to talk about this?
Right.
Those three things. And I also took away that I didn't really know your why. Maybe I did, but I didn't really sit with your why you left Business Insider to go to TechCrunch to cover diversity. Yeah, I could see, in what's that, 2015, 14?
2014, yeah.
Yeah, covering tech, and it's the same story. You look at the industry, but all these white girls getting VC funding, and he's like, yeah, I want to change that.
Yeah, I guess I glossed over a part in there. I was feeling so burnt out that I I actually just ended up, I gave Business Insider maybe like a week's notice. And then literally just like packed up and like left New York just like very abruptly. And I then ended up, because I was having lots of like mental health issues were going on for me at the time. I was also drinking a lot. It was just not a good time for me. So I grew up in San Francisco, so I ended up coming back to San Francisco, moving back in with my parents, and at that point, I was trying to figure out like, okay, like I was already diagnosed with like depression and anxiety, but I was trying to figure out like, okay, like is there like something else going on like in addition to this? Like I was on medication, but things just weren't really clicking. And I ended up, my mom found this place and this like dual diagnosis program. And I remember getting on the phone with them and they asked me like, oh, okay, well, like, just like a basic question, like, oh, well, like, how much do you drink? And I was like, like every day, like several drinks a day. like what's the big deal? And they were like, okay, well, maybe you should try to get sober first. And a psychiatrist in the past had suggested that I get sober, but I wasn't ready to hear that. But this time, I think I was just so desperate for things to be different that I was just like, okay, let me try to get sober. And they gave me the number for a rehab. I went to rehab, and I haven't had a drink since August of 2014. Nice. And I think that has really allowed my medication to actually work. And then, sorry, I'll bring it back.
All good. All good. No, all good. Thanks for sharing. No, this is your space, so all good.
Yeah. But I think getting sober then allowed me to really take a step back and think like, okay, what is it that I actually want to be doing? What is meaningful for me? And I still wanted to be in journalism. I still wanted to be producing content, but at that point I was just like, okay, but if I do this again, it needs to be different. Like I need to find more meaning in it. And that's when I decided like, okay, like I want to cover diversity and inclusion in tech. Yeah, and then I remember talking to TechCrunch's editor-in-chief at the time, Matthew Panzerino, and he was just like, what do you want to cover? I said D&I. He said, that's great. Like, when can you start? So it just, so that was, that worked out, thankfully.
Awesome. You might want to dive into some of that? Do you mind if I cool. Because we talked in 2014 and we met and we talked about you transitioning into covering diversity inclusion tech, right? And kind of what was happening in space when you joined TechCrunch. Right before you joined TechCrunch, or either right before you joined or right after. And neither one of us talked about our mental health then.
I had a lot a around it for sure. You were also going through?
I went through I first became self-aware that I was depressed in 2012, and then went through some time in a center for my depression back in North Carolina. I went home. I was out here in San Francisco. Then went back home in March and came back in that was in 2013 when I went home and came back early 2013, and I was advised not to talk about depression and my mental health, the imposter syndrome, all that in tech, and so I kept it hidden until I think 2017, and so here you and I are friends now for like 5 years, both working at that time working in the diversity inclusion space, and neither one of us talked about our experiences at that time.
Yeah.
But here we are today, and we're talking about it, not just privately, but for the publicly. Wha- In your opinion, how do you think the tech industry has changed to accept that? Well, we can be vulnerable. Well, we can talk about, mental health. Well, we can, talk about how we overcome some of our obstacles and challenges.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, for even though Twitter can just be a really dark,
Yeah.
problematic place, I think there's also a positive side to that, where people have been more vocal about their experiences, and I don't know. I also think just there have also been stories in like the last decade in the tech industry of founders struggling with mental health. There have been founder suicides. I mean, so like these things, like I think the tech industry in a way has been forced to really look at some of these things. But I mean, that said, I still think that there is some stigma, but I think for me personally, like just I don't really know when it shifted for me, when I became more open and more willing to just say like, this is my experience. Like, I have anxiety, I have depression, I'm on medication, I went to rehab. I'm not necessarily like yelling it from the rooftop, but I think if it comes up, I'm more than willing to share it. And so, or like even I think it was maybe like, I don't know, maybe after a year at TechCrunch or so, but I, instead of saying like, because I was having therapy throughout all of that, and like, instead of saying like, oh, like I have a meeting, I would say like, I'm going to therapy, like see ya in like an hour or so. And I've just been trying to be open about that. And and that's why I even said I have a hard stop at 10 because I have to go to therapy.
Awesome. Hey, thanks for keeping 100. Yeah, that's awesome. Thanks for keeping 100. No, I agree. Yeah, well, thanks for sharing. Yeah. For me, sometimes it hit like age. Like when I got to a certain point, I was like, stop caring what others think. So
Yeah.
So the theme of the message of the event, the Dated Icon Summit, is thriving. And we talking about therapy and other things. But do you see yourself as thriving today, and especially with everything going on the world? And how do you continue to feel like you're thriving? With everything's going on.
Yeah. I mean, I would say all things considered, I feel like I'm thriving. There was a period of time last year where I did not feel like I was thriving. And I think, so like my last job before, so in between TechCrunch and Backstage, I worked at a media publication called Protocol. They're a little bit newer to the scene, but I experienced there were just a lot of inclusion issues, and my tipping point, like I don't know, it's like, when you're in a workplace and you're like, like, is this racism? is this thing happening?
Yeah.
Because I'm Black, like I really don't want that to be true, but I wonder. And then you kind of like put it aside, or at least I do or did. But then at one point, my editor validated what I was feeling, and she just said, yeah, like I think the higher ups here treat you differently because you're Black. And so that for me was a big wake up call. And like at the time, I was actually I was working on this like diversity and inclusion manual for for companies to kind of like geared toward companies and like how they can be better about D&I in the workplace. And I interviewed Melinda for the story, and she was kind of walking me through like what inclusion looks like. And that's also just when it clicked for me. I was just like, oh, like I don't feel included here. And thankfully I felt like I had the resources to say like, okay, well, like this isn't working for me. I'm going to leave. And I'm also then going to take like 3 months off and just like really just like take a breather. And then before starting this thing now at Backstage.
Yeah. Awesome. That's a great self-awareness. Yeah. Great self-awareness. And yeah, interesting. Yeah. We need to catch an offline some more because we have some similar stories. Yeah. And,
Yeah.
Yeah. And thanks. I'm glad you and Melinda was able to connect on that. Yeah. Going back to your journalist background, you when did you realize that you had a passion for storytelling and so forth? And then anything in your childhood helped you identify that? Like, you know what, I want to be a writer. I want to tell stories. I want to help impact people's lives.
Yeah. Oprah and Tyra Banks.
I was not expecting that, but Oprah and Tyra Banks. Okay.
Because they both, well, obviously Oprah, like great storyteller, great interviewer, and she had her talk show. And then at the time I was also watching like the Tyra Banks talk show, and like I feel like those were like the two like people I could potentially like where I could like actually see myself. And so I think from a pretty young age, at least in high school, I think I wanted to be the next Oprah. And so I had it in my head like, oh, like I could be like a broadcast journalist. But I was first introduced to journalism in high school, did a journalism class, and then ended up majoring in broadcast journalism in college. But yeah, I think maybe around my junior or senior year, I kind of realized that I didn't. Broadcast journalism it requires a lot of like production, and everything just like takes longer than you want it to. And to really like make it, like first you have to work in like a smaller market, and I just wanted to be like, and I'm just like a big city kind of person, and so that wasn't really super compelling for me. But yeah, so I guess I knew from a pretty young age that I wanted to be a journalist or a storyteller in some way. Yeah, and I feel like now the next stage is like maybe trying to write a book, but we'll see if that actually.
Hey, no pressure, but do it.
No pressure, but do it. Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. Well, you mentioned earlier that you're chief content officer at Backstage, and we have had sidebar conversations around the role of content and blogs and connected to VC firms. Why do you think it's important for VC firms, venture capital firms, to have a content storytelling arm, and how those lines are blurred or not blurred or impacted?
Yeah. Well, I think for Backstage specifically, why it's important for us to have one. I guess like the first thing is that there still aren't a lot of. There's still not a lot of. There's not like many single places for articles and coverage around diversity and inclusion that pertain to tech. Of course, there's The Plug, Sherelle Dorsey's, which is great, and also a Backstage portfolio company. But so we're not trying to compete with them. But I think there could still just be like just more content about D&I, about Black and Brown founder stories, and so I think that's one reason, just to have more storytelling that that highlights underrepresented founders and people in the tech industry. The other thing for Backstage is that there are many different parts of Backstage Capital. Like, so there's the investment. There's like we have funds right now. We have the Opportunity Fund where we're making the bulk of our investments right now. But we also have we've done regulatory crowdfunding raises where people can invest directly into Backstage Capital. So, and then there's also Backstage Crowd. There's the apprenticeship program. There's a lot going on, and I found that when I joined that, it's almost, it felt like every day I was learning something new about the firm and how it operates. And so I feel like there's room just for more education around what the firm does, and just in order to help attract more people to the firm, and either potentially as LPs or interested founders.
Awesome. Yeah, no, that made perfect sense. Yeah, and I know we get close to time, so try to couple rapid fire questions here. If you could interview one person, in tech, not in tech, who would it be and why? Doesn't matter. No judgment.
Yeah,
No judgment.
yeah. I mean, Oprah comes to mind, but that would also be so stressful and intimidating.
It's just Oprah. Just
Oprah, not a big deal.
Yeah.
But yeah, just to flip the script on her, But,
yeah. Oh, you want to flip it? You're like, okay, let me ask you the questions.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. Awesome. All right, first word thoughts on some kind of trending words and things. Web3. Oh, we got some Web3 people coming today, so this is interesting.
Right. Well,
yeah.
I honestly don't have a strong opinion on Web3, but I was reading this thing actually earlier this morning that was calling it a grift. So, I mean, I don't know. That's my one word.
All right. Okay.
that I read earlier this morning.
All right. Okay. COVID. Yeah.
Just really annoying and tough. Tragedy.
Yeah. NFTs.
So that was 5 words, but sorry, is this supposed to be rapid fire?
Yeah, rapid fire. You're like, wait a minute. So good. Okay. NFTs.
Yeah. Exciting. I feel less excited by them than I was really excited when NBA Top Shot was really popping off, and I was like, ooh, I'm getting all these NFTs. But yeah, then not as exciting as it used to be for me, at least.
Got it. Warriors.
Yeah, I'm so excited about them. Yeah. Ready for the game tonight. Twitter?
Yeah.
Shit show.
All right, last one. Thriving.
The goal.
Yeah. Awesome. Great. Well, Megan, I appreciate your friendship over the years. And thank you for stepping up, and not stepping up, but stepping in and supporting. I got something. One day we would tell a story. It's like, hey, I tell a story. I was just like, hey, are you free at this time? Yeah, why? Okay, I need you.
Well, you tricked me because you started with just talking about the Warriors, and I was like, oh, here I am thinking we're having a conversation about the Warriors, and you're like, oh, actually.
We were, because I was still waiting on a response on the Warriors question. So,
well, I don't have the answer. So,
hey, look, we just hope they keep winning.
Yeah, very nervous for the game tonight, but I think it's going to be okay.
Yeah. All right, cool, awesome. All right, well, have a good therapy session.
All right, thanks, Wayne.
All right,
take care. Bye.
Awesome. Yeah, appreciate you all in the comments. That was fun. You tell Megan and I go way back, and yeah, she's a great human, good human. I want to thank her for her vulnerability and sharing. Take a deep break, a quick break, 1 minute. Take a deep breath. And up next, we're going to bring Ruben Harris to the stage. Let me and for our interpreters, Ty and Antonio, feel free to stretch your fingers. Let me find Ruben. Bring him to the stage. Where's Ruben? Ruben, if you can say hi in the chat, that'd be great. I saw you earlier. All right. Okay. We'll wait for Ruben to join us in a few minutes and I'll get questions. But how y'all doing? How you hanging in there? Feel free to use the chat. What do you think about the Icon Summit so far? I'll bring up Ruben's questions. All right. Cool. Let me see if I can find Ruben. So could play some background music as well. Right, 1 second. So we are with live events. Ruben's not here. All right, cool. All right. Well, we went to some Ruben early this morning. I know he said he had a meeting. It may be coming from that, but things happen, people. Things happen. This is it's just happen. Life events, things happen. People work. Cool. All right. Let's see how we're going to do this today. I am going to. We're looking for the rest of the day. Thanks. Appreciate the comments. I might throw a curveball in the event. Robert Murray, I see you are live. Robert, how you doing? If you are in the chat, give me a thumbs up if you don't mind coming on the screen. This is one of those tests too. Someone's like, are they listening? Are they participating in the event? Or are they like multitasking? Let me see. Okay, got word from my team. Ruben is on the way. All right, Robert. Thanks, Robert. Let's bring Robert on screen. All right, quick. Robert will be speaking later today. Excuse me. Robert is joining. It's what we do. Things happen. I've done conferences over years, and things happen, and we just roll with people. So I appreciate y'all being here. Appreciate dealing with it, working with us, and get Robert on screen. Just have a catch up and chat with him. Robert Murray.
Howdy.
How you doing, sir?
I'm doing good, doing well. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. Robert is a software engineer at TaskRabbit. He's a close friend, and he'll be speaking later today on how to thrive in the remote workplace. But Robert, while we wait for Ruben to join, what do you think about the session so far?
I just got in, so I caught the tail
Okay.
end of the session with Megan. She's awesome. So yeah, so far so good.
Awesome. Thanks. Yeah. And man, we're gonna go to straight sidebar. And we're just going straight sidebar. And I appreciate you bearing with us on this, but Robert and I go way back, and we're gonna talk about something that you all may be like, what are they talking about? But he has not had a chance to catch up on this.
Okay.
He's like, what is Wayne about to ask me? And I got word, I think Ruben's coming shortly. Did you go to F1 in Miami?
I didn't get to go to the race.
Oh, okay.
I was in Miami at the time, but I didn't get to go to the race. It was just like ridiculously expensive.
Mhm.
I think I wish I could have gone, but it was a little much. I think they've messed up some things about the Miami race. They had like a fake marina that they like put boats and they were all dry docked, and then
I saw that.
you would think they would dig water and like create it was like they put like plyboard and then covered it to make it look like water. It was really, really strange.
Wow.
And then that is sort of the essence of F1 in Miami. I think it's like it is Miami, like it is that thing that they were trying to pull off, which I think is kind of funny. But the fake marina is probably the thing. It's like you got real boats, you ain't got no water. Like
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Awesome. Well, I see Ruben's here, but more follow up on that question. While we get ready to bring Ruben on stage, the follow up to that question is like short answer. What do you think is the key thing that has led to the rise of F1, especially for the Black community? It could be a person, it could be what? Like, what do you think is the key thing?
it has to be the Netflix show.
Oh,
Has to be the Netflix show. It's a whole different sport now that Netflix show has been out. So I'll stake my life on that answer.
awesome. Cool. All right.
Floor is yours, Ruben.
All right. Let me invite Ruben on stage. Thanks, Robert. See you in a bit.
All right.
All right. Ruben is coming. Ruben's be on stage in 1 minute. All right.
Yo,
Ruben.
can you hear me?
Yes. How you doing?
I'm good. For some reason, not coming through the headphones, but that's okay. You can hear my voice?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Cool, man. Thank you for your patience and flexibility, everybody.
Yeah, well, thank you for joining. I know you're a busy human, busy man, so I appreciate you being here today. Hope you had a good meeting.
It was a good meeting. It's a good meeting. It's a group. It's our weekly group meeting on Wednesdays.
Nice. Appreciate it. Well, get a little bit of one of the things we do at the Icon Summit. We talk about people say keep it real. I keep it transparent, and I want to be upfront with everybody. Like, this is the first time that Ruben and I have chatted, sat down. Like, we're not one-to-one. We have you all here and our interpreters, but this is the first time we chatted one-to-one, and we've known each other for some time now. So I will say apologies that we haven't done sat down one-to-one until now, but also thank you as well for joining today. So appreciate it.
No need to apologize, brother, man. I feel like we built a relationship over many, many years, and communication takes different forms these days, and I feel like we've communicated one-on-one in different ways.
Yeah, I agree. Cool. So let's jump in. There's a question ask everybody. It's like, today, right now, this moment, how are you really doing? How are you feeling about life, about work, about the world? How are you doing?
I feel blessed. I feel blessed to be in a position where I'm doing what I know God put me on this earth to do. I feel good about God's timing. You could probably tell I grew up in the church. I feel like we've made the right moves to put ourselves in a very strong position to navigate not just a bull market but a bear market that we're about to enter. And furthermore, I feel blessed to not just be good from a company perspective, but to be in a position to help millions and billions of people navigate this recession, because the work that we're doing is focused on workforce development. And I have a responsibility as a leader to serve them. And I'm grateful to be here and to have these resources to give in that regard.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you for sharing. Appreciate that. Um, and with that, and you said, opportunity to help people out during this time. And yeah, we're about to go through some moments. Like it happens every few years, right? But this one feels different. How's Career Karma going? You found the CEO of Career Karma. How's it going?
Career Cover is going great. I mean, we raised about $52 million over the last 4 years. Did Y Combinator win in 2019? We have about 300 people that work for the company all over the world. We have about 6 million people a month that come to us looking for career guidance. Thank you, babe. We started off by matching workers that were looking for career advice to non-degree programs like boot camps to help them get jobs in tech. And now that we've raised our Series B that we announced in January, we're expanding into higher education and partnering with employers that want to pay for people's education. That's a very big deal because a lot of people don't know that you can work for companies that will pay for your education, pay for college, pay for your boot camp, and also make sure that you can continue to get paid, which is very important because even if you can go to school for free, a lot of people don't have the luxury to go to something full time. Um, and the last thing that I'll say is it feels really good um, to say that we also have one of those countries that we have working for us is we have a team in Ukraine, and I'm proud to say that they are 100% operational. Everybody's safe, everybody's good. Most of our investors are women and people of color, so they stepped in to really look out in that regard. And they're also stepping up by helping us on these next initiatives. And so yeah, the company is very good. But we're not walking around with the rose-colored glasses, and we're not getting comfortable. We're rolling up our sleeves and doing a lot of scenario planning, and making sure that we don't just survive the winter, but we emerge as leaders.
Oh, that's awesome. I love it. Damn, I love it. Damn, that's awesome. Thanks for sharing that. With that story and what you were sharing earlier around, being able to, impact people's lives, what's been some of your favorite moments as CEO of Career Karma over the years?
I mean, there's a lady I just saw. Her name's Gamira. We helped her get a job in tech. I forget exactly which company it was, but I saw a tweet from her yesterday about how she got her first pay raise in this environment, where she went her first job. She was making 75,000. Now she's making 95,000 with full benefits, and she's a black woman. She's part of a group called YNA that was organically formed in our community, the Young and Ambitious Squad, that includes many other people that got jobs, not just at tech companies, but also companies like Lowe's that are doubling down on digital and also paying for people's education. Um, so hearing stories like that is great. In that meeting I was just in with my group, I had one of our community producers was on the phones say that there's a guy that heard the Earn Your Leisure podcast that I did, and that led him to enrolling into a school, and that felt really good because, in my opinion, people program computers and media programs people, and it's important for us to um, tell our own stories, because if we don't tell our own stories, other people will tell stories about us, and we're able to contribute to people's information diet and make sure that their information diet is healthy, and that the things that they are feeding their minds is healthy. And I love that they're coming into our ecosystem through that message.
Awesome, dude. That's awesome. Damn, that's awesome. And you touched on, that was a great segue to my next question, because you touched on a couple of points around like um, your community with Career Karma. 1 second. I am going to have to switch AirPods. It's that time. That's why you have multiple AirPods. 1 second. Hope this works smoothly. You know how AirPods could be.
And I love this, like while you're doing that, I just love the sign language. I really like the sign language and touch here, because
Mhm.
a lot of people talk about, underrepresented or underestimated, just diversity. I think it's important to not just talk about race. It's important to talk about socioeconomic diversity. Important to talk about, we talk a lot about at Career Karma, like balanced teams, people that are veterans, people that are older, people that are younger. There's blind engineers that we've heard about that listen to code. So I love what you all are doing here.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Yeah. Take a moment. You want to switch? All right. Cool. Great. Yeah. Well, saying is that the story you told about the woman who got the salary, and she did a sub community out of your community, got the salary about the sub community. You've been bullish on community for some time, like before community became like this big buzzword thing, like right. And I watched someone, it goes back to one of the things where I said we talk but we don't talk. I watched one of your moves you did early in the pandemic with Career Come. I thought was smart as hell. The audio room started jumping. Everybody was on like different platforms. We have Twitter Spaces, Clubhouse, and uh, and you launched your own audio room with Career Karma. And I was like, that's genius, right? Because it's all about owning your own content. And I know we dive into your experience with the podcast and so forth in a minute, but like I was like, it's all about owning your own content.
Hmm.
I was like,
Hmm.
I don't want to answer, but like, why do you think it was so important for your company to own its own community in audio rooms versus jumping on like other platforms, especially during that time when everybody was like, got to be in Clubhouse, you got to be Twitter Spaces.
Yeah.
Everybody was doing audio rooms.
Yeah. I mean, there's another podcast I did with by Plural. It's called Quien tú eres, and the question that he asked is, what inspires you to be yourself at work? And frankly, a lot of people don't feel comfortable being themselves at work. They have masks on, literally, and they don't have that psychological safety internally um, to be themselves. I've always been bullish on social audio because it's less intimidating than video. I used to work in radio, and um, even gamers, right? Like the most nerdiest or like people that you wouldn't see. And there's nothing wrong with nerds. Like the people that I'm a nerd, like the people that you wouldn't imagine that have social skills when you can't see their face. Like in a game, for example, right? They could be another person through audio, and you could actually build really strong relationships. I used to play video games like Counter-Strike and Command and Conquer, World of Warcraft, all that type of stuff, right? Um, and so this, we started before Career Karma, we wrote a story called Breaking into Startups, which is great. That turned into another blog post called The Reality of Breaking into Startups. And there's a guy named Jason Maiden, who is now on the Essentials team with Adidas, but he was also the design director for Jordan Brand at Nike. When I asked him for feedback on the Breaking Startups article, he said, hey, like, people are busy. They don't have time to read anymore. You should create audio for people to listen to things while they commute to work, which is part of the reason why we created the Breaking In Starters podcast. The problem with that is that people want to engage, people want to follow up with the people that they are speaking with, and yes, it's you can't. People might share their contact information. You can follow up, which is cool. But it's not the same. And when I saw that social audio was the next evolution of podcasts, it's kind of like doing a live show or a live event or a live podcast, except you could ask that person questions and you could also interact with them. I thought to myself, social audio is great from a broad perspective, but even better if it's specific towards something. I think audio is great if you focus it on sports or mental health or faith communities or dating. But for work, that's a big deal. Discord is massive, right? Discord is the largest community for gamers, powered by voice. Yes, they have video too, powered by voice. Um, Career Karma is going to be the town hall for all career transitioners in the world. Um, and it's interesting because we talk a lot about water cooler talk, and there's secrets that are shared amongst each other. And it doesn't matter how much content my team creates on text, I will never know all of the needs of someone that is deaf or blind or mute or a mother. But other people that are mothers or that have um, a deep understanding of what it's like to live that way can share it with the other person through a medium like audio. Um, or and I'm really excited about it. So I just hired had a product. Her name's Carrie. She came to us from Nike. She built the Nike Run Club app. She was also at TripAdvisor and many other places, and she's amazing. And we got some exciting stuff coming down the line, including like if you listen to audio room, you could actually take an action right there and sign up to a program, so you don't have to wait. And we're all about that action, like
Nice.
Marshall said.
Nice. Um, as CEO of Career Karma and being a black man in tech and where we are today in this world, like how have you had to address hard topics in the company, and did you feel like you had to, like, you know, go find a playbook to address these hard topics, or and so forth? Like, how do you do that? What's your philosophy around that? Whether it's the pandemic, whether it's like, what just happened, unfortunate events just happened in Buffalo, now with a war, or shootings, things that we continue to see. Like, how do you address that as a leader of your company?
Um, this is a very important one, especially I think the Buffalo one is probably the heaviest one that's on my mind. Taking a step back, I think it's important for everybody to understand the role of a CEO. A lot of people say that the role of CEO is to make sure you never want to run out of money, that you're hiring the right people, that you're firing the right people, that you are aligned strategically. You manage your relationship with the investors, and you're telling the company story. All of that is correct. But the one that I think is under discussed is that as CEO, you are chief psychiatrist in the company. And it's a lot to handle other people's needs, right? You're listening to people's problems and really understanding how to help them navigate different things. But you also have your own psychology as well. And I learned a lot about managing your own psychology while I was at Honor, which was a app that matches caregivers with seniors and their families, where a lot of times the caregiver that's taking care of a senior person that's young passes away before the senior they're taking care of. And why is that? It's because they forgot to take care of themselves. And so as a leader that is dealing with all that heaviness, and as a black man, it's important for me to not just commit to myself as a CEO, but also to commit to myself as a black man to represent and reflect what's going on and empathize with other people about what's going on, but also process too. Cry, it's heavy.
Yeah, awesome, Grandson. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing. So the thing theme of the day is how to thrive. Um, you know, how do you feel like you are thriving today, and what has led to you, like thriving today?
I really like the word thrive. Um, I'm gonna put in the chat um, the Breaking the Startups blog post, the
Hmm.
first one that I wrote, because there's a diagram in there. Let me see if I can find it. There's a diagram in there by one of our investors. His name is Justin Rosenstein.
Hmm.
He invested the Facebook like he invented the Facebook like button, um, and GChat, and he also created Asana. Okay, I found it. So essentially, there's a diagram that says where is it? Um, there's work that helps humanity thrive, and then there's work that helps you thrive, and at the intersection is your purpose. All right, and there's the article.
Yes.
Um, and I think it's really important because a lot of people, um, especially now, are giving playbooks on what you need to do in order to survive this downturn, and it's to focus on cash and extending runway and generating revenue, and all that's really important. But people forget that revenue is a lagging indicator, right? Um, and it's important to assess your business models, and evolve your business models. And what I love about Career Combo is grounded in the mindset that if you want to be a billionaire, um, you have to help a billion people. And if we don't help people, we don't make money. And there's a lot of people that need help right now. And we are committed to doing everything that we can to help people across the bridge to not just be thriving financially, but doing work that they love that's aligned with their purpose. And I think that at the end of the day, a lot of things that the pandemic showed us was not just the importance of relationships and community, but also the importance of happiness, of love, of um, spirituality, um, and leaving an impact, and focusing on what really matters. So that's that's how I think about thriving.
Awesome, awesome, dude.
I put actually there's actually something that I put up about this. Um, sorry, let me pull it up. I actually
Okay.
just posted it. I saw it on Instagram, but I really liked it because it essentially calls out, happiness is the real rich, health
Mhm.
is the real wealth, kindness is the real cool, and a peace of mind is the real bag.
Oh, oh, hell yes. Love that. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, that's real. It's real. Um, you mentioned the breaking in the podcast and your blog posts and so forth. You just for those who know the story, check it out. And yeah, you did a one way ticket to San Francisco, um, and now you're in Miami, right?
I'm actually in San Francisco right now, but yeah, I live in Miami. Yeah,
Okay, all right, cool, cool.
I'm here shipping the car back to Miami. Yeah.
Okay, got it. All right. If someone is trying to follow your journey today, what advice would you give them today versus like especially like post pandemic versus your advice you maybe would give them 3 or 4 years ago, like pre pandemic, like they're trying to break into startups and they see what you've done. Like they bought a one way ticket to San Francisco. They like, okay, write the article blog. Like what advice would you give them today?
That's a good question. Yeah, I wrote that in 2014, and it does have like different steps in there. One of the biggest changes is, location doesn't matter as much anymore. Back in the day, you had to go to San Francisco in order to make things work. I want to make it very clear, I'm not anti-San Francisco. San Francisco made me like, I love San Francisco. But I also have family, I have friends, I have people that I love that are everywhere. And I like to be close to them, especially my niece and nephew, that are in Florida. Um, And the remote work genie is not going back in the bottle. Um, the pandemic accelerated the remote work trends, and that is never going back. There's always going to be remote work options or hybrid options, period. Um, embrace online education. That's also going to be a very big deal. A lot of people will be like, well, I don't learn this way, or I don't learn that way. Um, what's important to understand is if you're working at a company that will have remote people working remotely with you, there will probably be content that you're going to have to learn remotely internally at the company, because companies recognize that employees and contractors are constantly going to be learning, and you have to figure out how to develop that muscle whether you like it or not, especially because we're busy. And if we have families, we are going to have to be able to learn in between everything else that we're doing. um, so that's another thing. Embrace online learning. um, Focus on solving problems further down Maslow's hierarchy of needs. I think it's easy. I talked about that in the blog post, but I think it's easy to complain about all of the problems that you're facing. But a lot of those problems that you're facing are things that you ask yourself, oh God, why me? Like, why is this happening to me? Can be your biggest blessing because you understand that problem intimately more than anybody else. To use an extreme example, let's say that you have cancer and you are a cancer survivor. Um, you can apply to work at a company that's focused on curing cancer, and you have value to bring, because even though they may be really talented people that might be intimidating to work with, none of them ever had a cancer and will ever know the things that you know that you could bring to the table, right? So that's a position of strength. The problems that you are facing are a position of strength and guide you towards what your purpose is. Whatever you think is weird about you is probably your superpower, right? um the other thing is, don't shy away from social media. People will Google your name, and you want to get on creating a presence on a profile on things that will pop up if people will Google your name. That doesn't mean put all your business out there. It means if somebody searches you, what pops up is what you want to pop up, because that's the world that we're living in. And you can still live a private life doing that. But you just want to make sure that you pop up in search results first, because we live in a Google-driven era. Um, the last thing that I'll say, outside of having a personal board of directors, which I think is very important, is figure out a way to stay fit for life. A lot of people say, starting a company or working in tech is hard, which it is. I mean, you work a lot of hours, which it is, and people are like, oh, you got to make sacrifices, but don't sacrifice your health. Like I said, like, you don't want to just stay fit physically. Um, you got to stay fit mentally. You got to stay fit emotionally. You got to stay fit spiritually. Um, and no matter what, um, always be yourself and don't let anybody um, cause you to cower. Um, I want you to not be humble around me. I want you to be proud of who you are around me. So that's important.
Awesome, awesome. Ruben, man, I appreciate you. Appreciate you.
Likewise, man.
Great advice. Great advice. I feel like we can chop it up all day, all day. But um, uh, we're gonna wrap up here. But it's something. It's one of the questions that I said, but it's more of a statement. Is like I just want to say I hope you read this through one of the questions I sent. It's like I look at you as being, one of the black tech role models of today, right? Like when I was coming in tech, like when Megan and I was talking earlier, it was like 2011. I think I can count on my fingers 5, right? And that's 5 that maybe 10% of Black people in tech knew about, right? Well, we didn't, like, everybody didn't know about these 5, like, Hank Williams, rest in peace, Rodney Woodson, people like that. People didn't know about those, like, and then fast forward, and we knew about Tristan Walker and a couple more, but now we know about the Ruben Harrises, we know about some of the other founders out there, and in the world that's we're gonna hear from later today, like Sean Morson and Shondra coming up next, but I see you as like your new model in terms of for people want to get in tech, and also especially for Black men. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you, man. That's a big responsibility. That, like, it's not easy to understand. I love that you mentioned Tristan. Tristan's the reason I moved to Silicon Valley, because I saw him. There was an article that said the most visible Black man. I was like, damn, like, I gotta go over there, right? But like, as a leader, people will copy your every move, and so, like, people say, I'm trying to be careful with the things I say, but it's long story short, like, I'll just say that, like, when you're in a position like this, which many of you all that are watching will be in, your personal life will not be the same. You have to recognize that, like, this is like being in the family. You got a lot of brothers and sisters that are, like, really, like, relying on you to lead. It's not just the people in your company. And if you make a move, it's going to be scrutinized. So just similar to like how you would operate with your brothers and sisters, just be like, would you want your brothers and sisters to be doing those things? Like, that's very, very, very important. And as a role model, you are going to be lonely. As a CEO, you're going to be lonely, even though you're surrounded by so many people, because a lot of people can't relate. So if you are a founder, make sure you get other founder friends that can relate to you, because the psychology burden is real. And I wrote that in my first blog post before I even became a CEO. So
awesome. Well, thanks for the wisdom, Ruben. I appreciate you again, and I'll try to stay in touch more. And
likewise, man.
Yeah, and keep
thank
doing your
you
thing.
for giving me this platform, man. Like, you and your wife have been in the trenches doing this for a very, very, very long time. Thank you for staying committed to it. It's important. Thank you for not cowering. So yeah.
Awesome. Appreciate it. All right, Ruben. I see you. Be safe.
Thank you.
Peace. Awesome. Great to have Ruben. Great to chop it up. And thank you all for bearing with us. And yeah, so we keep it real at the Icon Summit, and so forth. Let me know in the chat what you think about the conversation with Ruben as we get ready to transition to our next session. And bring my questions up. All right, and invite Shondra and Harold on stage. Coming to the stage soon. And let me know in the chat what you think about the conversation with Ruben. And also a reminder, feel free to use the ask a question option and at the bottom of the screen. And also the chat as well. And we know Harold join. Should be coming up shortly. Give me questions. Cool. Awesome. Yes, Andy. Yes. Don, lots of gems. Let's get it. Awesome.
We cannot see or hear you, Harold.
says accepting and connecting. So I think it's coming. So refresh. All right. So Harold will be joining us shortly. Shondra, could you introduce yourself right quick?
Sure.
And make sure your name right, all that good stuff. Nice
Yeah.
to meet you. Yeah.
Hello, everybody. So my name is Shondra Washington. I am an on-demand CFO, a fractional CFO for startups. I work with, Harold's one of my clients. I work with companies that are in the consumer space. So whether that's CPG or consumer tech or marketplaces. I am a former investment banker. I used to do tech investment banking back in New York, back in the day, and have done HR. I'm all things. I've lived a number of lives, and I'm also the co-founder of Black At with Harold. So I'm excited to be here. Excited to talk about our journey and what Black At is and where we see Black At going.
Awesome. Nice. And Shondra, have we met before?
I don't know.
I don't
Probably.
know. I don't think so. Maybe cross some paths. But thank you for being here today.
Digitally, for sure.
Yeah, true. Yeah, and I also want to say that this is the first time. It's the third year doing Icon Summit. It's the first time we have had Black women speakers, and I appreciate you being here. And so thanks. Yeah, Harold, good to see you, Harold. How you doing?
Good, man. Rather be seen than viewed.
Yeah.
So good to be here.
Awesome. I like both your backgrounds. Both different, but both are cool. So thanks. But Harold, can you do a brief introduction? Who you are, what you're working on?
Yeah, for sure. So my name is Harold Hughes. I am a founder. I'm an angel investor, primarily a community builder. As a first-generation American, growing up in an immigrant household, I knew that community was really the number one thing. And so when you see me, you're probably going to see my people with me. Obviously, like when you and I talked, Wayne, about the opportunity to speak here, I said, well, can Shondra come? Because I think it's really important that y'all hear her story and how we got to this point. So as a tech founder, my company Bandwagon is headquartered in Greenville, South Carolina, but I'm a remote CEO. I'm here in Austin. And yeah, I'm just excited about the work we're doing with Black At, trying to be really incredibly transparent. For those of y'all who follow me on Twitter, I think you'll know that I hold no punches and I'm pretty quick to share what's on my mind, and hopefully that inspires more people to feel comfortable sharing their views.
Yeah, awesome. Appreciate. So let's dive in. It's like, how did you two meet?
So Shondra and I met. I call it the summer of Clubhouse because there was like one really like a snapshot where everyone was on it. And so one of our investors, Marie Roca from Realist Ventures, had not only doing all the work that she does with women founders and just the community, connected the two of us on Clubhouse. And I'd seen the work that Shondra was doing, not only with her portfolio company, but also just in the space. And so at the time, I think we ended up starting the Black Founders Club together, or no?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So we started the Black Founders Club on Clubhouse, and that was where we had these weekly conversations and all that. But ever since then, like as the world opened up more, we're traveling more. I hope there's most places that you see me, you see her because of the work she's doing. Shondra's my best friend. So it's great to be able to like build not only Bandwagon and some of this other stuff, but starting off with Clubhouse was really, really cool because everyone was really sitting by themselves at home. And so it's good to like meet like-minded individuals on these different platforms. And then now that more things are open, it's like, oh, wow, we're still building, we're still creating. The third person who's not with us today on this call is our third co-founder, Audrey Akwenye, and she's more of our technologist. And so I'm excited to be building with these two dope-ass women.
Awesome. Yeah, great. Shondra, what was like connected with Harold on Clubhouse back then? I remember that summer 2020. It was
2020.
Yeah.
Good times.
I don't think I've ever heard summer of Clubhouse before. You might need to get that domain name, but that was a moment. But yeah, Shondra, what was it like connected with Harold on Clubhouse?
I think for me, when you're kind of on the outskirts, like I was doing my work, but very much not in that certain circle that Harold and Clarence and Marie were all in. So I was a little bit on the outskirts. So I was like nervous. I was like, oh my gosh, like this is scary. Like, what am I doing in this room? So I would say that the one thing about Harold and the summer of Clubhouse, what that did was really give me the confidence to go after the things that I want to do, and to understand that I could do them, and that I belonged in the same rooms and belonged in the same conversations that they were having. And so, to be on the outskirts and then to be brought into the conversation, and to be welcomed and celebrated, and believed in, probably changed my life, like, to be honest and to be transparent. I think that's the word of the conversation. So yeah, that's what I would say.
Yeah. That's great. That's great because you're a boss in your own right. So that's great.
Thank you.
Yeah. No, we're in to change gears a little bit. Take a deep breath. We're in a difficult time again, and I feel like we've been in a difficult time since 2020 started. But and we're in May has been like, this hard month for the past couple of years. It's May, and with everything that's happening, what are you two doing for your own resilience, like your own self-care, your own, like take care of yourself, mentally, financially, just well-being, like what? How are you doing that?
I'll jump in because my self-care routine is pretty well known in our friend groups. Several people who follow me know I lost my dad last year, and part of that was due to health. His birthday's coming up next week, and so I've got something pretty cool we're gonna be doing for him. But it's one of these things where it's like, man, you realize your mortality when you lose a loved one, right? And so I wanted to make sure I was spending more time taking care of myself. On top of that, we also have, 2 young kids. And so you want to be around for them too. So not just be around for you, but around for the lineage. And so for me, it's like, okay, I have weekly stretching sessions. I go to the chiropractor once a week. I get a facial once a month. I'll go get a massage. But then I also don't work in the evenings. Like I don't work on the weekends. Part of that is due to the fact it's like, I get paid for this many hours, and this is where I should be contributing my time. But I also need to make time for my passions, leisure activities, family, and friends. And so I think it became a point, and Clarence, one of my good friends, Clarence Bethea, chairman of the board for UPSI and founder of it, he wrote a piece about, you are not what you do. Right. And a lot of times as a founder, it's quick and easy to like wrap yourself up in like your identity is the company that you build and its success. And so I've definitely been doing my part to like kind of separate myself from that, to give myself more peace, more leisure, and things like that. But that's kind of my routine, and being able to make myself sustainable is probably the best word.
Awesome. Thanks.
I do not have a routine. It's terrible.
It's okay.
But one of the things that I am definitely much more focused on, and Harold and everybody that knows me knows, like I work too much. That is literally what everybody says about me, is that I work too much and too hard. So one of the things that I have been really focused on, especially this year, has been making sure that I get enough sleep. So monitoring my sleep, making sure that it's quality sleep, measuring how long I'm sleeping, what are the activities that I'm doing that prevent me from sleeping. The other thing that is self-care to me, but also just very important for my business, especially as my business grows and I'm expected to be in all of these different places, is finding help and really, really making sure that I understand I do not have to do all of the things. And there are people that I can lean on and hire to do some of the work that I would have normally just taken on myself. So it's not a routine, but these are things that I'm working through to better take care of myself.
Yeah. Well, good luck with it. And if it's okay to say, it's self-awareness is the key. As long as you have self-awareness, you can make change. So good luck. Maybe we have a follow-up 6 months, a year from now. I'll be like, hey, I'm Pinky, how you doing? Yeah. But let's thank both. Thanks for sharing. But let's just jump in Black App. So Black App, I saw when you launched it, did a post on Medium. I love the theme. The Black communities everywhere. We shape everything. But what's the vision behind Black App? It's a token gated community of Black creative. So what's the vision behind it? What do you see it going?
We literally were just on a call this morning trying to really solidify the vision. The initial vision of what it is and what what we're trying to accomplish is we're just trying to onboard folks into like the most basic idea of what Black Hat is us trying to onboard Black folks into Web3. We do not want to be left behind, right? And we have skills, we have the opportunity to get in now at the very beginning and create a space for ourselves. So that is at the most basic level. And that's also why we decided to make it a token gated community, right? We could have easily just created a group chat and just started talking about NFTs, Web3. We wanted to make sure that people were actually being onboarded into Web3. So that means getting a wallet, buying, creating, minting your first NFT, and then joining all of the activities that we have going on to further get ingrained into this new technology. So that looks like our weekly Web3 calls, or maybe Web3 101, or just talking about security, or all types of different things, all the different subjects around Web3, or it could be our in-person events. And so part of our vision is to create a space online, but also to create spaces at these different conferences and summits where we can have our own space for Black folks to create joy, to talk to each other, to find employment, all the things. And so, the initial point of Black Hat is to get us into Web3, but there's so much that we're doing to kind of take that a step further. Harold, I don't know if you have anything else to add to that.
I think that was perfect. We're just trying to be intentional about it, and our backgrounds have brought us to this point. So whether it's Audrey, who was an entrepreneur in her own right and decided to open source the code of the product she was building, and then go full into Web3 development as a Solidity developer, and now has worked on dozens of projects, or Shondra advising companies that are navigating Web3 strategies, or even myself leading a technology company that's doing the same thing. And so I think from us, the biggest thing we bring is credibility to the space that we're trying to build, is that our community knows that we are living this, that we are doing this, that we are not looking at this and saying we should do it because now it's a more Googleable phrase, or that it fits a marketing strategy. And so, yeah, we're super excited on that mission, and how not only we can lead it, but the folks who are raising their hand and doing the work in the community are helping us lead it too.
Yeah, I love it. I'm looking at my. You see me switch my eyes over here. I'm looking at my questions. Like, what should I ask next? But I love it, and I think I'm sure you all know this, but like, I love it because, I can show my age, but like, since the internet begins, we've always talked about democratizing the internet. We were talking about, the gatekeepers. We have talked about community. We have talked about, us having a seat, Black people having a seat at the table, us owning equity, and so forth. And NFTs, Web3, blockchain, all that is now really starting to evolve to us to have that some ownership in that. And we are in another pivotal moment where, the tech industry is changing, connected to the market, the market and the world in terms of overall. Like this same moment happened in 2006 with the beginning of Twitter and social. The same moment happened a few years later with the rise of Airbnb and Uber and Lyft. And now we're in this different moment. And so I really appreciate what you're doing in terms of the education around the access. So with all that being said, what has been some of the lessons learned so far from starting Black Hat in February to where we are today? And if you look back, what would you do differently?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that we look at, number one, is the token gated piece. I'll speak about this and let Shondra cover more of the other questions, but I think that's one of the number one things that we came up with was Black folks too. We're like, why do I have to go through all these hoops, or why is there all this thing? And that friction is required for us to keep it a Black space. Like that's it. We think about, like, we're losing recipes and all the different, everyone's invited to the cookout. As a Black person who has seen how minority targeted programs have primarily benefited white women, instead of the groups. When we talk about the work and challenges that are in our community for Black people, it's like, man, we need to figure out a way to truly have our own space. And so gatekeeping it really mattered for that case. So learning that not only was it going to be hard for us to handle the messaging for it, so we had to be intentional, but also to make sure that we created educational tools to help people get in. So we said, we're going to token gate this, but we're going to help you understand how to do it. And we're going to help you figure out why we're doing it. So I think that was one of the biggest learnings we had, was that we knew we could create a group chat with hundreds of people in it. We've done it, several times, with whether it's Art Basel or South by Southwest. But one of the biggest learnings I had was like how important education was, specifically culturally relevant education. And so Shondra, Audrey, and I have been really thinking through how to make sure we're continuing to bring people along and educate throughout that process. Shondra, what are some of the other stuff you've learned on this?
I think one of the things that I've learned is that pace is important. So whether that is speed or deciding to go slower, but really understanding the pace at which you have the capacity, but then also that your community has the capacity to absorb new folks and to absorb the culture as it changes and as you bring on more people. And I think because we're operating in a space that's new and doing things that there's not really a path for, being very intentional about the pace at which we're going has been something that we've had to learn and adjust as we've learned and as we've added more folks into Black App.
Awesome. Thanks for sharing. You both have mentioned around like community building and so forth, and the role of community building with Black App, and how do you see the Web3 NFT space, addressing, some of the hard topics. Black App is, when you hear it, we're talking about race, but then also, is there a mental health component? I look at it, and for my limited knowledge about I haven't dived fully in everything on that on the Web3 NFT, but I look at it as like there's a huge wealth generation opportunity here, right? How do you see those intersections of what you do at Black App and tokens, and with the conversations of race, mental health, wealth generation align and impact it?
Well, I'll say this specifically around wealth and generational wealth and how we see Black Act contributing to that. We were intentional. One of the other reasons why we created a token and dynastic wealth. Yes. One of the reasons why we created a token was because there is an actual value tied to being a part of this community. One, so that would encourage you to add more value to the community. Two, that would encourage you to get folks that that could add value into the community. And every time that you contribute, you are basically increasing the value of the community, but of the token. And so, because it's token gated, there is a monetary number tied to your participation in the community. There's also a monetary number tied to how we run the community, right? And so, that's the first thing. The second thing that has kind of popped up and has been really, really interesting and fun to see, and especially as we develop into doing more of these types of activities, but we have been participating in group buys. So one of the things that you hear about are these blue chip NFTs, which are very expensive NFTs that most of us are priced out of. And so because we have a group of folks that may not fully understand the NFT community or the NFT space, may not have, ETH laying around to spend on these blue chips NFTs, we're able to also pull our money together and buy into some of these very large projects that otherwise I know I would not be able to be a part of. So there's a very clear there's a very clear line to how we're creating wealth in our community. And like these are the very beginning stages of what we see Black App being able to do in this, specifically in generational wealth. But I always want to be as clear as possible that there's a monetary value to this, right? And in doing that, we are hopefully bringing more value to our members and encouraging them to bring value to the community than by just having a group chat. And then the group buys and things like that are so are just like cherry on top, right? And as we develop into doing more of those, I think our first one we did maybe 4 weeks after we started, and then within 3 weeks we were able to return all of our money at 109%, I think, ROI. So that will continue. We've done more of those and we'll continue to do more of those. I don't know, Harold, if you want to speak to the mental health and other sides of what Black Hat is doing.
Yeah, I mean, I think at a high level, mental health is one of these things that we're thinking through. Is there's a constant culture of FOMO, fear of missing out, that exists in the Web3 space for those who are at least marginally interested, right? So if you look at, a spectrum of people who are saying like, I'm a maxi in this space, i.e. I put as much money in it, I believe this is the next gold or whatever the thing is, I'm putting all of my assets into. You've got those people. Then on the other end, you've got people who believe that this is all a scam and this is Ponzi schemes, and they're not touching it. But along that curve, as you have opportunities to have your questions answered and there's patience and grace shown to you as you learn, you'll get to people who are like, man, I wish I got this NFT that's now performing really well. Or I wish I was in this community that's now super cool and very active. And so that fear of missing out can really hurt you, mentally for sure. And so I coined this phrase called OMO, which is okay missing out. You've got to come to this point where you're saying, hey, look, I can't hit all of them. It's okay that I'm not going to get into them. So OMO is really important. But on top of that, when we think about specifically what we're doing with Black Hat, one of the things we recently added was weekly wins, which is us being able to help our members share positive things happen in their life. And whether that's getting a new job or simply making it to work all 5 days, because it's stressful out here and we know we're under assault. And so sometimes just being able to accomplish what we would consider minor things in some cases is a victory. And so we like to celebrate joy in that way. And so it was important for us to put that in place because, as you know, like sometimes if you share something positive, you get treated as say, oh, you're bragging. Or you get people will say things and they're hating on you and so forth. And so when you think about like what Ruben was saying, it's like, nah, I don't want you to shrink in front of me. I want you to be as big as possible. And that's inspiring. We want to see people win around us. And so when we think about the mental health capacity in the space, it's thinking about, prioritizing yourself in that piece there, creating spaces for you to share joy, but also having this mindset of OMO, like it's all right. We'll find the next one together.
No, I love it, and I love this. Thank you, and I love this journey. This journey, and I'm here from it, talking with you both, because you both took this your experience and you have knowing, like you said, Harry, you can do communities. You've done it before, and then seeing this opportunity, like you said earlier, of like, oh, we can create this community. Other people are doing it, and we can have this community that, yes, there's a buy-in, but there's a reward with the buy-in, right? The terms may be different, right? The language may be different. The technology may be different, but the outcomes and the process still about the same, just there's a new way, and let's not us miss out on this new way. So I love what you're doing. Last question. What advice would you give someone who want to jump into the want to learn more about the NFT and the Web3 space? What advice would you give them today versus advice you may be able to get them 6 months ago? What would you say? Like when do it today? Here's what we want to do. And I want to be fair. Like I'm saying 6 months ago because the market has changed, right? Like, and it's going to continue to change. It's good. It's go up, it's going to go down, but it's And to put my disclaimer on it, I'm a fan of the Web3 NFT space. I chatted with Anthony Ware, who we're going to hear from later, about 8 months ago about, he has a .eth name. How do you get that, right? Like I need to get mine, but I haven't done it. But I do believe in this what it's doing. We already seen it. It's just a matter of like the education aspect. So curious, what advice would you give someone to start today?
Harold, go ahead.
I'm going first.
Yes.
Well, first, get my book. Right, that's one.
You see how I set you up? You see how I set you up?
So I wrote a book. It's called A Kid's Book About Blockchain. But the concept is really straightforward in that, aside from the fact that kids are going to need to understand this space, I wrote it with adults in mind too. Like, explain it to me like I'm 5, as Michael Scott said. And so I wanted to make sure we were able to do that. Aside from that, I think the number one thing that I would tell people, whether it's the market conditions today or as it goes up and down, is to have a high level of discernment. Like, just, you have to be much more skeptical about these things. And so if there's an NFT collection that came out and was really hard to get, and now they're selling for 30 ETH, the odds of someone that you don't know messaging you saying, hey, we've got 5 more and you can claim one, click this link, are probably very low, very, very low. And so it's important to make sure that you're thinking through this with a really, really skeptical and scrutinizing lens. But to that same end, find people that you trust. Be willing to read a little bit and do a little homework on your own. Check out Twitter. And so I think the levels of discernment are so necessary going into the space. And so that's the number one thing I would definitely share when it comes to thinking about how you would enter right now. And I'll post a link about the book while Shondra gives her thoughts.
You just got to jump in. That is the most general advice I know. But there are a couple of folks that I follow on Twitter where they're just always talking about NFTs and Web3. And so I'll jump into their Twitter spaces and listen in on everything that they're saying. And then also just not being afraid to actually do the things. So let's say you are completely outside of the space, don't know much, but have heard of Coinbase, right? You've heard of where you could possibly purchase NFTs. What is the process to get a Coinbase account and start making very small investments into the space, right? If I'm buying Ethereum, what is Ethereum and why do people use it? So the number one thing to do is to actually jump in, but then also consider starting to create an account and buy very small amounts of crypto, and then learning about what that crypto is that you're buying and why people are using it, and using your tools like Twitter Spaces and Twitter and YouTube and things like that.
Awesome. Great. Shondra, nice to meet you.
You as well.
This won't be the last time, promise. And
Okay.
Harold, great to see you again, as always. Thank you both for being at the Icon Summit. Love the energy that you are doing. Congrats again on the work on Black Hat. Wish it much success. And once I spend my own time wrapping my brain around things, hopefully y'all let me in the community. But I appreciate y'all, and be safe and take care of yourselves. Thank you.
For sure. Yeah. We want to get you in. Price goes up, Wayne. Reverse Dutch auction. So we want to get you sooner than later.
All right. Okay.
Salesman. Oh my gosh.
I love it.
All right.
All right.
Good.
See you. All right.
Yeah.
Awesome. Take a deep breath, everyone. We're good. All right. Get ready for our panel. And so we have panel and a couple solo speakers. When the solo speakers, I'm gonna take a break. Been standing for a few hours now, but we're hanging in there. How you all doing? Let me know how you all doing in the chat. As I bring our next session up. Share the screen. Cool. All right. Bring some humans up on stage. Come in. This is one. There we go. All right. Okay. That's here. Almost. All right, everyone. Thank you all for being with us. Got Robert. See. All right. Arm's coming. Oh, screen's fired. 1 second. Stop sharing. All right. Ari is coming. Great for this panel on thriving in the remote workplace. How you two doing?
Pretty good.
Definitely good. Yep.
Good, good. All right. I'll be joining shortly. 45 minutes panelists. Okay, let me know, Ari, if you have any trouble in the chat. I think you're coming. But well, Ari's coming. I know Robbie done your introduction already, but if you two can, there he is. Hey, mic check 1 2. You good to go?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Sorry about that.
All good, all good. Bring up my questions. Cool. So, how y'all doing? How's everybody? Everybody's good?
Yep.
I see
Good.
thumbs up. All right. All right. If you all don't mind, do a brief introduction about yourselves, and we're going to jump right in. All right. Who wants to go first? Who wants to go first?
I can
Alright.
jump in first.
Okay. Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Henri Battiste, a researcher, a UX researcher, lead at Observable. Thankful to be here. Thank you to everyone who's organizing this event. The speakers have been amazing. My background is in human factors psychology and research, so large-scale systems. Switched over to more UX and applied in the last 7 years. I've been researching for about 12 years now in total across those different domains. And I'm just thankful to be here and be able to talk about sort of thriving in the environment, because that's a big topic that we don't usually get to talk about. So thank you for having me.
Cool. I can go next. My name is Pacifique Mahoro. I'm an engineering manager at Blend. I've been at Blend for about 3 years. For the majority of my career, I've been an engineer, about 9 years. And yeah, very, very honored and very excited to be here. When I learned about the conference, I watched the content from last year, and it was very good to see that we're creating a space like this where we can come and learn and share our own experiences with mental health and thriving in the workplace. So very, very excited to be here today.
Awesome. Thanks. Thanks.
My name is Robert Murray. Also really grateful to be here. Glad that you guys are putting this on and continuing this. I'm a software engineer. I work at TaskRabbit currently on the mobile side. I've been doing mobile for about 10 years now. Before that, I was doing web and backend stuff, other forms. But so yeah, it's been an interesting journey, and grateful to share some of my experience, and especially talk about the piece that is more and more of interest to me, which is like finding our peace and like maintaining that psychological stability in the midst of all of this.
Yeah, great. Well, thank you for the introduction. Thank you all for being here. I'm just jump in. It's like, how are you thriving today, like right now? And if you're not, that's okay too. But and if you are, how do you feel like you are maintaining? You be able to maintain thriving with everything happening in the world.
I'll jump in on this. I have a routine now, and it's evolved over the last couple of years. And I'll just give you a snapshot of what it is. So I do acupuncture every other week. I'm going to PT because I have an issue with my knee, so that's every other week. I exercise about 6 days a week. currently. And even on the 7th day, I might go for a walk, but that might be a bike ride. It might be tennis, might be going to my trainer, which I'm actually doing right after the session. I have a therapist that I see every other week, and that dude is worth his weight in gold as far as I'm concerned. And what I've done now is I prioritize all of that above work. So when I look at my schedule every morning, it is, when are my meetings? When am I working out? And the workout has to come around the meetings, but like the workout is a priority. And then the other things that go along with that are part of that. And I almost forgot cryotherapy once a week.
Nice. Gotta split that cryotherapy. That's new one, Robert. But nice.
You got to try new things.
Yeah.
I'll jump in on that as well. I find the exact same thing. Having a routine has been paramount. I also do the same thing. So I schedule basically life around sort of the non-negotiables. That's going to the gym, going to therapy. I'm also on the 6-day-a-week plan. Having that space to be able to just turn the brain off for a second and just go, for me, it's lifting heavy weights and running. Those are the two things. And so if I can do that, I can move through the day. And meetings and work gets fit in sort of around these life staples that have to happen every time. So as I always say, if it's not on my calendar, it doesn't exist in my head. So putting everything on the calendar and just seeing the layout of what the day is going to look like and being able to mentally prepare for that every morning has been extremely helpful for me.
Cool. So for me, it's slightly different. I think right now I've kind of been trying to get back to some of the routines. Earlier this year, my wife and I had the joy to become parents. We welcomed our firstborn son. So he's about 3 months now. And during that time, it was really hard to establish any kind of routine because some of the things I used to do, I had to just mostly adjust. And this was one of the biggest changes that I've gone through. And it's also one of the biggest moments of growth for me personally. So it also taught me that it's okay sometimes not to have routines. It's okay, depending on the time you're in, to be like, okay, this is okay. And be more kind to yourself and understanding that, okay, at some time it's going to be really hard to have some of those routines and compared to others. And I feel now, though things have gotten a little bit more to normal. So now some of the routines that I'm getting back to is usually taking walks. I usually try to take 2 or 3 walks a day. And then on weekends, I do Tai Chi. I have a community of people that I've been meeting with for the past 5 years where we do Tai Chi together. But I thought it was very important to share that sometimes it's really okay not to have a routine. And it's just you have to recognize the moment and be kind to yourself during those stages of transition.
Awesome. Thank you all for sharing. And congrats on the
Thank you
as well. Yeah. I look at you all as 3, successful black and brown men in tech, right? You software engineers. Already we actually work together at Observable. Learn about your story as we work together. But like, we have careers in tech, right? And to me, like that in itself is a success because we know the opportunities that tech has played a role for us, and in the barriers of entry to be in tech has not been the easiest for us as well. So, what do you feel like has played the biggest role in your success to date? Like was it your self-awareness, your mentors, your family? Was it something you read? Well, what do you feel like played the biggest role in your success to date?
Yeah, Wayne, I think it's a great question. I think to jump in, I think one of the things that's helped me in tech is actually staying grounded with things that are going on away from tech as well. I have a cohort of guys that I talk with every Wednesday, and we all are in various different backgrounds and learning about their work, learning about sort of how they're doing the applications, to their job, what actually is going on in these other industries has been really key because then you can bring that back into your work as well. I would say finding mentors has been also something that's been really helpful and impactful for me. I have definitely a Rolodex of people that I turn to for different situations, going all the way back to my professors from college, right? And people that I still talk to. So having these people that I can sort of, no strings attached, just, hey, I just need to chat for a little bit, is extremely important for me, and it's been pretty helpful.
For me, I think those are great answers, by the way. I think having a community is huge, right? And I agree, having people who aren't in tech to bounce stuff off of and communicate with is essential. But I think for me personally, I'm generally pretty competitive, and failure has been one of the driving forces of my career. Like I've switched paths because I failed at something or couldn't achieve something because I didn't know it. So like having that willingness to say, oh, what don't I know, and how do I learn that thing, and to be able to push through it, has been an essential part of this whole journey of just like waking up and like, I don't know that, I should probably learn it, and let me figure out how to do that and like keep it moving.
Yeah, I think pretty good answers. I also relate to Robert. I think being driven to excel. I'm originally from Rwanda, so when I came to college here and was doing computer science, almost every place I was usually a minority. But that also gave me the attitude of, I if anyone else can do it, I can do it. Now, along the way, some of the influences that I've had to help me get where I am, two comes to mind. One is the community called DevColor. It's a community for Black engineers to help each other to level up. I've been part of DevColor for about 2 years now, and being part of the squad and seeing other, Black people who are going through the journey at different stages has really been helpful to build that community of accountability, and also where you get to inspire each other. And the second one is my manager. He's been someone who has kind of sometimes seen more that I could do more. So he gave me opportunities to be able to be put in a situation where I had to lead. Like initially, I wasn't thinking about becoming a engineering manager, for instance. It was something that he asked, is like, have you thought about this? I think this is something you could do and grow into. And when he mentioned it was then I started to consider. And part of it to me is sometimes when you don't see people that look like you in a certain position, you don't really think, okay, you need to get to that position. You're like, okay, I'm okay where I'm at, and maybe it's not worth the hassle to try to get to this next level. And seeing that trust and belief that I had in me kind of pushed me to say, okay, why not? And it's been one of taking that step. It's been one of those things that have really helped me to grow. And I want to also become that kind of manager who's taking bets on people and kind of encouraging them to take that next step, regardless of their backgrounds or regardless of their backgrounds.
Awesome. Love it. Thank you all for sharing. Appreciate it. And so as we do this panel, I'm thinking about the journey is like, you all have your individual practices of how you take care of yourself, and then you self-aware of people in your lives, your own communities, of how they played a role in you thriving and so forth. But now let's jump in and talk about the workforce. You had 3 different companies, 3 complete different industries, TaskRabbit, Blend, Observable, all which had to make some adjustments with the pandemic and so forth at different times, and also deal with some hard stuff since the beginning of 2020. How has each one of your companies, what have they done to support you all and to have positive impact around the culture or you individually to help you thrive in your jobs, and how you see that affect others in the company as well?
So TaskRabbit has done a really interesting job. Like they're doing really well now in terms of adjusting to this. Initially, it was kind of like, especially a few months ago when people were thinking about coming back to the office, they sort of floated this idea of having like office, like hotel office desk, like you don't have a desk, but you can sign up for one whenever you need to come in. And basically nobody showed up. Everybody was like, I'm not coming back to the office. So recently they were just like, we're just going to close the office. And now it's like everybody's remote, it's full-time remote, but once a month they rent an office space in a few cities and people coalesce in those spaces, right? And now they've increased travel budget and things like that. So they've been really supportive in giving us like stipends for all the things that we might need to work from home, and support us in that way. But also I think they have upskilled the management to be able to manage remote workers, because I do think like this is the biggest challenge for management, is to figure out how actually to be effective when you can't walk past the people you're managing. Because I think historically in corporate America, managers have been used to sort of tapping you on the shoulder and like, hey, you doing your job? And they don't have that. And I personally am not going back to an office. Like there isn't a figure where you're going to be like, here's your desk. Nah, skip it. So I'll let you guys share what's going on in your worlds.
Sure. Yeah, I can go next. I think Blend has been, since the pandemic, I think we quickly moved to being fully remote at a time when I think most other companies were still trying to decide which way to go. So I think being at the forefront of that has kind of allowed us to be able to learn and iterate a little bit more. A few additional things that I feel like the company has done well. We, since the beginning of the pandemic, we had mental health days, and this was one of those things where they realized, okay, everyone is remote, everyone is working all the time, and it might be good to have some of these days where it's okay for people to take the time off and go do something else for their mental health or their self-care. And also, to me, calling it mental health was also a good thing, because it was putting it at the front for people to know, okay, this is okay, and something you can do more in this remote environment. So that has been a good thing to see. And overall, productivity-wise for my team or engineering or the whole company has been going pretty well. That I don't think there's plan to come back fully for everyone to come back in the office. It's more or less how do we continue to get better at this remote distributed work environment.
Yeah, great answers all around. I think I'll just add a little bit. I think one of the things that Observable did really well was understanding sort of the being at home presents its own series of challenges, and with that, distraction is a possibility, but you can manage that distraction and manage that sort of the things that pop up, whether that's kids coming into the frame and being on meetings with you as a parent, or dogs running across the frame, and things like that. I think there's a sense of empathy and understanding that Observable does, which is like, yeah, you have a dog in the background, that's fine, your dog needs your attention, go handle that, right? That's fine. It's a part of life, right? And also recognizing that folks, some folks used to use their commute as kind of a de-stress time, right? And so without that commute time, you are sort of on 24/7, and that can add to additional stress and additional burnout and things like that, right? So instead of having the same 9 to 5, 5-day-a-week schedule, what if we gave every other Friday off? Opportunities like that to give people space to decompress, because we're taking a chunk out of their time in terms of their commute being gone and things like that, and they're always on. So Observable's been fairly flexible and looking to learn about how to do things as a remote, I would say remote first company. How do you bring people back together when things open up? What is the safest and most right way to do that? And how do you build empathy across just screens all day, right? Maybe having a virtual co-working space, right? Things like that. So taking opportunities and just sort of learning from each of them. Some of them don't pan out, and that's to be expected, but willing to sort of experiment is something that Observable has done really well.
Yeah. Being there, I work at Observable with Henri, +1 to all that. I see no lies. and we're I'm not sure if it's public, but we're evolving also to be a hybrid company soon. And we're having a culture talk this weekend. Just not this weekend, but this Friday. This Friday is a work Friday. Next week is off Friday. But we have a culture talk this Friday to talk about being a hybrid, evolving company. So we continue to evolve as well as Overall. So I think +1 to everything said, and being able to learn by trying. So yeah. I feel like I had a question prepared, and the question was, what do you think the future of working tech is, full office or hybrid? But you all answered that question. Answered the question. So it was just, and I know I heard Robert say that he's not going back to office, but I'm curious, like what do you think is the, is it, for not broader workforce, but for tech and people working product engineering research, is it hybrid? Is it that people you want to be where they want to work from, and and also what is your, I think everybody's preference, but also, and what is your preference?
I'll start this. So I think that if you're working on anything hardware related, you're going to be in an office, right? Like if you're at Apple working on hardware, you're going to have to go to the office. Anything software related, it is not necessary. It is not required at this point, right? We have figured out how to do this very well remotely. I've been working freelancing or whatever out of coffee shops for the better part of 15 years. It's just now that all these companies are just like, yeah, this is possible. There isn't a productivity hit. We've proven that. Like we can be just as productive. And to me, the most valuable thing is my time and how my control over my time now, right? Because I got to have my routine. So having space and time and like minimal meetings and, like TaskRabbit just said, hey, we don't have any meetings on Fridays anymore. And they're just like, no, absolutely not, right? And that's supposed to be heads down time, but a lot of people are just like, we're going to work half day on Friday. And, so I like the every other Friday off thing that Observable is doing. So I don't think we're going back. Like this is, and I think it's going to force the hand of the rest of the other industries outside of tech to also like lean into this, especially if you have technical or pseudo-technical roles in those other industries. I think the demand is going to be so high that it's going to shift the balance across the board.
Yeah, I'll just Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Right. I also agree with Robert. I think it's the future is fully remote. I do think more, maybe quarterly or twice a year, some type of in-person events. It's going to be important for team building because it's one thing. Yeah, you can work with someone for a year or two and you've never been in the same place. And I think just meeting in person, doing something can help to build and strengthen those connections and those relationships. So I do hope that now, I think that the pandemic hopefully is not going to be an issue going forward. It might be easier to have a few in-person check-in throughout the year, because I think it's going to be important. Also sometimes I feel like for people joining a company during the pandemic and being fully remote, sometimes it's a little bit harder to build connections, usually outside of their team or their group. So a few of these in-person activities throughout the year, I think is going to become important to help some of the aspects that are a little bit harder to simulate in a fully remote environment. But productivity-wise, I think it's the best model. It gives people flexibility, but while at the same time allowing people to still be just as productive.
Yeah, +1, both of those answers. I think it's interesting in research. I think we're going to move to a hybrid model, but not hybrid as it's being described now. I think there's still going to be a need for field studies. You're still going to need to actually go and sit down with folks. and talk with people, see what their environment looks like, where they're actually using things. But it won't be in the office. It'll be probably in their domain. You'll probably see a lot more field trips, if you will, in the research domain. But other than that, I think, as Robert said, we've proven productivity for the last couple of years has been the same as it always was, maybe even more in certain places, in certain lines of work. So yeah, I don't see us going back full time to the office for sure.
Awesome. Thanks for sharing. One more question. How do you all deal with being vulnerable while in a remote workforce, especially when when there's a lot of tragic events happen around us that impacts us as Black humans, and then there's good things that happen to us. But how do you manage being vulnerable, sharing the good and the bad in a remote workforce?
I will say a couple things. We have a really good Black affinity group that any time an event happens, we coalesce around each other and support each other. One of my approaches is to educate my manager, because I feel like our managers have the most influence over our career outside of ourselves. So I managed by a younger white guy, and so I use the opportunities in our one-on-ones to educate him on, hey, this is what's affecting me this week. This is, and this is why, and maybe broaden his scope of understanding in those meetings. And I think it's hugely helpful because he's managing other people of color as well. And I think, part of that is, I think it's really important for us to manage up and to share our experience with the people that may not share our experience.
Awesome.
Yeah, almost similar to Robert. We do have a really good ERG for Black at Blend that usually it's a safe space where people can come and share what's going on around us and their take and how it's impacting their lives. So I've always found that to be useful, especially in tough times, to go there and kind of hear everyone's perspective and share your own perspective. I think I also have built connection of people that I work with daily that I trust. Some of them are peer managers, others are part of my team. To whom I feel like it's okay to share when I'm going through something, and I don't feel like they're going to judge me or take it the wrong way. I think generally in a remote environment, there are certain spaces that are easier to share and be vulnerable, like face-to-face, doing Zoom meetings with someone you trust. It's a little bit harder sometimes on Slack, like a Slack group, to be able to say, just be vulnerable, because you don't really get to see how other people may react, because you can't really understand the tone of someone's comment or someone's reply. So in some of those spaces, it's a little bit harder to be vulnerable. But doing one face-to-face Zoom meetings with some of the people in my group or some of the people that I trust, I always feel like it's fine to share what's going on and let them in. And the more we do that, also the more they see that it's okay to do that, and you get to build a much deeper connection.
Yeah. Let me just preface by saying I'm not as well versed in this as the other two panelists. I'm not very good about speaking my mind at work. I think a lot of the self-care for me, or the self-help at work, comes outside of work. In the sense, I have to shout out to my cohort again of guys that I talk to all the time, constantly bouncing off ideas, constantly just, hey, am I wrong in thinking this way? Is this was this crazy? Did I interpret this the right way? Things like that. I also have to give credit to my wife, who is my rock, and we have conversations about work all the time, constantly. And since I'm giving flowers, Wayne, I have to give you your flowers too. You always do a great job at Observables of pulling us in and saying, hey, are you doing okay? Is everything going on? I know the world is crazy right now. So if you need something, I'm here to talk. And I always appreciate you're doing that, because that's an act of service. And it's not necessarily public, but it deserves public recognition. So I really appreciate you for that, Wayne.
Thank you for that, Henri. Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, awesome. Thank you all. Thank all three of y'all for being here today and speaking on this. And I hope the people watching got value out of it. I got value out of it because sometimes you know how you go out life and you're like, am I doing it right? Am I the only one feeling this way? Am I the only one doing this? And it's good to know that we're not alone in our thinking or in our strategies, whether some are maybe a little bit different or some similar. So it's great to hear. Great to hear from all three of y'all. But I appreciate y'all. I hope that this is not the last time the three of us or either the three of you all connect. And I hope you all build a relationship. And thank you all for being at the Icon Summit.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Wayne, for having us.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
All right. Okay. How's everybody doing in chat? I see got someone's value. Appreciate it. Everybody's good. Deep breath time. All right. Let's see what it. Okay. All right. Bring up our next speaker, and you won't be hearing from me. It'll be our first solo talk of the day. Share my screen right quick and find Patrick and bringing Patrick on screen. So next up, we have two solo talks, Patrick and then Anthony Ware. And bring Patrick on the screen. Thanks, Patrick.
Okay. Hello, everybody.
Hey.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, wonderful.
All right, Patrick. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I'm gonna. You doing okay?
Yeah, I'm hanging in there. I'm maintaining.
Yeah. Good. Awesome. Well, thank you for being here today. Excited to see your session, and I'm gonna have my screen, and the stage is yours.
All right, wonderful. Well, everybody, once again, thank you for having me here today. Shout out to everybody at Icon Summit for putting this together. I know it's an incredible amount of work to put together any type of conference, but particularly a virtual one. My talk today is the 5 R's of the future, or for the future, rather. Anyway, but before I do that, let me introduce myself. My name is Patrick Kigongo. I'm a product manager at 18F, which is part of the United States General Services Administration. I took my oath of office to begin this job in August of 2020. Yes, in the middle of the global pandemic, but also at the time of the largest civil unrest anywhere in the world, all over the world, since the late 1960s. So I think that there are many lessons to be drawn from the last couple of years, particularly as a Black man, the son of immigrants from Uganda, and especially one who's working in the civic technology / digital service space. Now, the pandemic was the backdrop for a lot of things that happen in our lives, and I think it's important to acknowledge it as such. And I think more specifically that the COVID-19 pandemic set off an unprecedented period of introspection. At least for me, it did. And I'd like to share some of the lessons that I think that can be applied to any person in any career, not just somebody who's working in the civic technology or digital service space. So, without further ado, let's talk about the 5 R's: rest, reflection, recreation, relationships, and last, but certainly not least, real talk. Okay, rest. That's number 1. Off top, rest. I'm talking about sleep. I'm talking about naps and also time doing nothing. Looking back, the 2010s were absolutely a decade defined by the hustle mentality. Go, go, go. For some of us, it was a reaction to the horrors of the 2008 financial crash and the subsequent global economic meltdown. For others, it was youth. And then for others still, it was really about following the zeitgeist. You know, everybody's grinding. I guess I should be grinding too. And I learned the hard way in 2014 about the importance of rest. Now, at the time, I was working at a nonprofit. And unfortunately, my salary wasn't where it needed to be. I'm trying to be as diplomatic as possible about that. So I ended up taking on some additional work to make sure that I could actually have money in my pocket. So I was working in a record store on weekends, and I was also doing some copy editing for an ad firm whenever I had some free time. Outside of work, I was playing in 2 bands, at one time 3 bands, and I was also DJing and freelance writing for a bunch of local arts and music papers in Washington, D.C. And it was in spring, I think it was just around March, April of 2014 that I developed costochondritis. Now, costochondritis is costochondritis, try saying that 10 times fast, is a stress-induced swelling of the rib cage. Basically feels like you're having a heart attack. And it can be easily managed with over-the-counter pain medication, ibuprofen, whatever. But that was a pretty hard lesson to learn. And I was 31 at the time. I just recently turned 40. And that really forced me to reflect on how hard I was pushing myself and how little time I was making to actually rest and to take care of myself. And I was in danger of repeating that same habit in the run-up to the pandemic because my wife and I are constantly busy. We like to go out. We like to see friends. We love to travel. And, you know, work is also a much bigger component of our respective lives right now. And I think the pandemic really forced me, once, you know, your social calendar is cleared and you stop having all of those opportunities to be out and about and to overstretch yourself, it made me try to be a lot more mindful of my calendar and start prioritizing getting enough sleep, blocking out enough time to let my mind wander. There's a lot of clutter in the background because the office that I'm in right now is not only where I work, it's also where I work on music. It's where I write. It's where I edit short videos and things like that. And I find that it's important to maintain empty, void time so that I can be able to context switch between my work self and my creative self, but most importantly, for self-preservation. Rest is absolutely important. Next, we move on to reflection. Another side effect of the 2010s was a lack of reflection. At least for me, it was. Reflection can be defined as serious thought or consideration. Like some of you, or a lot of you, I wasn't just working hard, I was playing hard. But I wasn't giving too much thought about the why or what the next steps of my life would be, whether professionally or creatively or personally. Now, over the last 2 years, particularly in 2020, when the restaurants were closed, when the venues were shuttered, when the bands stopped touring, and I was just at home working, I had a lot more time to reflect. I was reflecting on how I was spending my time. Started reflecting more about what I wanted out of my career. And I think that deep thought often results in more questions. And that's okay. There's no Wikipedia entry or Google search answer for the harder questions in life. There's just not. But that reflection is what makes us unique as human beings. And it's important to reflect and wonder why and ask yourself why, so that you don't get into a space where you wake up at some point in your life. And it can happen at any time. You know, it's a bit weird saying it's just a midlife crisis. It can happen at any time. You might wake up and say, why am I in this job? You know, why am I in this apartment? Why do I live in this city? You know, is this relationship right for me? You don't want to be surprised by those things. You want to reflect and be grateful. And if there are things that need changing, you don't want it to be something that sneaks up on you or surprises you. Moving on, recreation. Absolutely make time for recreation. Make time for fun. My hobby is skateboarding. I've been doing it since I was a teenager and I still love it. I have no expectations but fun. I'm not trying to get sponsored. I'm not trying to be Tony Hawk. I just enjoy meeting up with my friends and riding my skateboard. And most of our crew is 30 plus, and we just like to skate curbs, parking lots, and very mellow skate parks. For some of you, it may be a more traditional stick and ball sport like soccer or basketball, maybe even cricket, or maybe not a sport at all. But absolutely make time for some kind of recreation, ideally a physical activity. It is not only a great way to stay active and stay healthy, it's a great way to use up some of that competitive energy. Next up is relationships. And I'm talking about all sorts of relationships, intimate ones like a significant other or a spouse, your friendships. Value your relationships, each and every one of them. Even the people you see in passing are meaningful to your existence. They're part of the tapestry that is your life. I lost friends and family during the pandemic. I know people who became seriously ill, but thankfully are still with us. And I spent a lot of time worrying about people in my life because they're the ones who matter most. All of the things, when you strip away work, material, comforts, you're really left with the people in your life. And as you grow older, that circle starts to narrow, and it becomes much more of an effort to maintain those relationships. It sounds contradictory, but it makes sense as you think about it. You're going to have to work harder to maintain that smaller circle of people as you get older. It's absolutely going to be crucial. And that is something I still think about a lot. The pandemic may not quite be in the rearview mirror, fingers crossed that it is, but I've been thinking about that a lot recently too. Thinking about family, friends who are still, trying to get over the effects of long COVID. And then finally, last but not least, real talk. Make space for honest and difficult conversations. Sometimes we hesitate to go deep in conversation because we're afraid of saying the wrong thing. We're afraid of being vulnerable. We're afraid of opening up, particularly for those of us who are Black men in here. We've been socially conditioned and pressured into being tough and maintaining what the British call a stiff upper lip. Frankly, that kind of stoicism isn't particularly helpful or healthy. So as difficult as it might be to step up and start a difficult conversation, there really is no time like today. I think it's important to make space to ask questions that might not have an easy answer or no answer at all. To use the turn of phrase, leaning into that ambiguity, leaning into that space where you might not have an answer and that you have to have a difficult conversation or a series of conversations. I think it's also important to note that real talk doesn't just stop as, it's not just like a single intervention or hard conversation. It will be a series. It will be something that's ongoing. And this ties back to the previous R, relationships, because ideally you have people in your circle with whom you can have those types of conversations, with whom you can really open up. That's incredibly valuable. You often hear the stories of people who have everything, and yet they feel so lonely. They feel so isolated because money can buy certain types of happiness, but it cannot buy friendship. It can't buy relationships. And that's something that's important to acknowledge. I'd like to think that many of us who are in this room today are doing better than we were yesterday or 10 years ago, or whenever we first started in our respective careers. But I think that even if you are where you think you need to be financially in terms of your investments, your savings, your salary, it's just as important to be thinking about your wealth in relationships and how you manage those relationships and how you have those conversations. I've got about 4 minutes left, and I'd rather open it up to questions and continue. So if anybody has any questions, I guess please just drop them into the chat.
Hi, Patrick. Thanks for sharing. I love the self-awareness, that you described the journey, and the different being aware of the different ways you need to like look at ways to rest, right, and be self-aware. Like, I think it's important and so forth. But I really appreciate you sharing and so forth. We did have one question from the chat, and didn't know if you can give a brief answer on. So, what do you feel like is your biggest success so far?
Biggest success so far. To be honest, I think moving to Los Angeles. I'm originally from New York. I lived in Washington, D.C. for a number of years, and I think I took a big leap of faith moving out here. I think I moved out here and changed careers twice. My wife is from here, so I moved out here. I got married, and I think a lot of the good that has happened over the last 8 years since I've been here has really stemmed from making that decision to just move out here, put all my stuff into a truck, and just go across country and see what happens. It was a real risk, but I'm grateful every day that I did it, and it continues to be an adventure. And so maybe a short way to answer that question is, ideally, that success that you have, it doesn't necessarily have to be monetary or physical, but like something where a success is any place where you challenge yourself and you actually came out on top. And for me, that was something very, very different. I'd only visited Los Angeles once as an adult and once as a little kid. So it was a clean slate.
Wow. Love it. Thanks. Last question. How did you come up with the 5 R's? This question is from Patrick. From Pedro. How did you come up with the 5 R's? A really good rule to live by. Thanks for posting.
So as I'd mentioned before, I was doing a lot of freelance writing when I was living in Washington, D.C., and I mostly wrote music reviews and occasionally concert reviews as well. And so I've gotten into the habit of brainstorming ideas and just throwing them onto paper or into a notes app, sometimes without the intention of actually completing it or turning it into an essay or something I would like to submit. So I've gotten in the habit of just kind of having all these ideas swirling around and just writing them down. And the 5 R's was something that came out of a conversation with a couple friends of mine from the East Coast that I grew up with. All of their parents are also from Uganda. They all came here around the same time. So these guys are like these are guys like an extra set of cousins or brothers. And it came from a conversation about, we're about a year into the pandemic, and one of our regular Zoom calls, we were saying, so what have we all learned? We came to this conclusion that it would be such a waste to have all of this time in which you had all this time to reflect and really like turn inwards and not come out of it with something different. And these are some of the things that just came out of that conversation. So I just jotted them down and I held on to them for a bit. And then when it came time to start brainstorming about a presentation for this Icon Summit, that felt like something useful and something a little bit more universal, something that translates across career spaces. And more specifically for Black men, the part about that stoicism. Is it that time?
Yeah, but you can finish the last part. Yeah,
okay.
Stoicism.
That point about stoicism, I take quite seriously because having had that episode of costochondritis, and you go to the doctor, that keeps saying it's like, just remember, watch your salt intake, watch your physical health, but also your mental health. I thought a lot about that, and I thought a lot about there's got to be a way to draw some sort of lessons out of this. So yeah, it really came out of just constantly being in the space. The 5 R's came out of constantly being a space of coming up with ideas and writing them down.
Awesome. Thanks for sharing. Wow. And thanks for being here. I know it was a delay in getting back to you and everything, but I appreciate you being here. And after I get a break from this, I'd love for us to get to know each other a little better. But thanks for being here. And feel free to drop your contact information if you want to in the chat so people stay in touch. But awesome. Thanks, Patrick.
Yep. Thanks, everybody.
All right, cool. All right. Almost there. Before we get a break, we got 2 more sessions. And we're running a little bit behind, but excited about our next speaker. I think he is the longest running Icon Summit speaker. Wait. Him and Robert Murray. Let me see. Share my screen. Chrome tab. Anthony Ware. But like, yeah, Anthony, I believe you've been at every one.
Yes, I have. Yes, I have.
Yeah, I can't. I don't think. I'm trying to think. Was Robert? I don't think Robert spoke last year, so I think you might be the longest running icon speaker. So thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
All right, all right. We are running a few minutes behind, but Anthony, do you? And the stage is yours. And thank you for being here again.
All right, I appreciate you, Wayne. Hey, everybody. My name is Anthony Ware. I am a mental wealth strategist and the principal at Aware Catalyst, where we focus on research and commercialization around things to help create generational mental wealth, specifically for underestimated entrepreneurs in the US, UK, Nordics, EU. And I want to kick this off. I know we're ready to head into lunch, but I'd love to know what's a location that you'd love to visit that you haven't visited. Just type it in the comments box. Type it in the session. I want to see what's on everybody's board to travel to. For me, it is still Greece and Paris and Italy and Portugal, and so one of the things I want to get into today, if I say something, Fiji, yes, Hong Kong, loving it. As I start to get into things today, I want to make sure if I say something that resonates, type AWE, awe, into the chat. So just so I know that what's up with you. As Wayne said, this is my third Icon Summit. And I remember the first one, I was on a panel, and I actually flew from Portland, where I now live, into New York. And I was sick as a dog. Life was totally different. And little did I know that we had the pandemic ahead of us. For me, this is so awesome that it's to see the event still thrive as in 2022 and as we continue forward. So I want to ask the question to y'all: who here has ever completed or finished a turkey trot, 5K run, shamrock run, half marathon, any of those? Just type me into the chat. Let's see. I said run, but it could be a walk or push a stroller. There you go, Wayne. All right, Alvin, Nelly. Nice. The reason why I asked that question is today, most of my talk, or some of my talk, is going to be centered on my never-ending, I call it the never-ending marathon that happened in April 2021 on the Maui Island in Hawaii, which up until that, before I got there, was on my bucket list in places to travel, since I missed the opportunity of doing it in high school. So I'm going to set the stage for you. So for me, the day of, I had everything laid out. It was like a beautiful morning. Birds were chirping. I wrapped up, put on all my gear, ready to head out the door. And the thing you didn't know is that it was virtual. So I could have ran the distance in Portland, but I mapped out from my Airbnb to 42.195 or 26.2 miles, 42.195 kilometers. And I had all my gear and the time I was going to do it. Everything was totally measured out. And as I got going, the wind was blowing, the island itself was beautiful. And I had people like cheering me on and giving me the chakra bra and everything. I'm like, yeah, I was doing it. Even had cars moving to the side as I'm running up these like thin roads and going through a tunnel. And then it happened. And the thing that happened is the thing that's dreaded by most distance athletes or endurance and long athletes. And it wasn't that I had to go to the bathroom or I had gut issues. It was worse. It was I hit the wall and I bonked. Have you ever had a moment where you were so tired that you could just fall into a heap but you had to keep going on? Type me or +1 in the chat as it's ever happened to you. And so for me, in that moment, I still kept going. I skipped running, jogging. I started to just shuffle my feet, left, right, and kicking up some dust in the shoulder of the road as I'm going along. And I started to have all these doubts. I started calling myself out. I had self-doubt. I was like, you didn't do your training right. If you didn't eat right, you could have stayed at home. You didn't have to do this. You arrogant, all these things. I was talking to myself and talking down to myself. And the sun was just shining down, smiling on me like a sarcastic smile, because it was like hot. I felt like a piece of bacon in a skillet. And as I started to look up ahead, I see this kind of like a bunch of cars, and turns out it was a public park that I didn't notice when I was mapping. And not only was it public park, it was a public park with a water fountain. And not only was it a water fountain, the water fountain actually worked. So I was like, oh, I filled up my all my little water bottles, topped in my little electrolyte, and I started to like refuel just a little bit. And as I started doing that, I was refueling my tools and my fuel, but I started refueling my mind, and I was calling myself in instead of calling myself out. I started listening like, you're more than halfway. You had strangers cheering for you on this race. You have kept going. You have cool shoes. Your socks are cool. Awesome. And I started like, as I'm calling myself in, I kept going, and I get to Lahaina, and there's like a bunch of people around, and I'm walking and all geared up, and they're doing whatever you do in middle of the morning, afternoon. And then I started calling myself out again. I'm like, damn, these people are probably making fun of you and looking at you and, thinking you're a weirdo and all these things. And then I started calling myself in. So this back and forth. And ultimately I made it to the finish line. And there's a special piece of the story that I'll share after the end, but I wanted to get to this both end of calling yourself in and calling yourself out. And as you think about those things, they're both necessary. You can't have one without the other. So who here has called somebody out or been the one calling somebody out? Type a me in the chat. All right. If you're like most people, then you've been on the receiving end or the giving end of calling out. And too often calling out is something where it's been a negative connotation to it. But I want to give you a situation and challenge you to think of calling out and calling in are again, both sides of the same coin. And I came to this realization when I had a conversation with my mentor during a challenging time right before the pandemic. She called me out because I was doing stuff that was misaligned and leading me down a path of burning bridges and relationships. And at the same, like right after she said that, she called me in and helped me get grounded in my awesomeness and who I am. And in getting grounded, I was able to get centered. And in getting centered, then I was able to start getting truthful. And the first part of getting truthful is to call yourself in. There's beauty in you, right? And the action kind of around that is thinking about, I'll frame it this way for you. Think about the largest deposit you've ever made in the bank. You don't have to share the number. Think about the largest deposit. Now think of the smallest deposit. For me, the smallest deposit was like 84 cents is popping in my head, but I know it was less than $1 from a government check, from a payroll while I was working at a bar. If you can remember the smallest amount, you can type it in the chat and we'll let it flow. But thinking in the context of it, the key is those deposits, no matter the size, made a positive impact on your bank account. When you call yourself in, you're calling yourself in, you are making deposits. This time, they're just mental wealth deposits as opposed to financial wealth deposits. And the best way, one of the best ways in a practice to calling yourself in is to create a list. And a list of the truths of you, right? So if you learn to ride a bike, that's awesome. That's calling yourself in. If you have done something good for yourself, gotten a massage, or you've gotten a promotion, or you went after a job, or you asked that person out who eventually became your partner. All these things, or this list that you're making, are mental wealth deposits and calling yourself in. Much like I said about my socks, like I had some neon blue socks on my marathon. And so when you're calling yourself in, that's the first part of it. And now I said the both in, so the calling out part is a must. And so when you're calling yourself out, before you do it, like I did it during, like, as I explained, during like one of the, like a low point, but don't wait for a low point. Think about just times of misalignment. And so part of it is making sure you have resources before you start calling yourself out, whether it's a list or friends or whatever, because you don't want to get trapped in the calling yourself out circle. It's a very dangerous place to be. But more recently, an example for me was about 6 months ago, I was on a walk and I called myself out because I gained like 5-6 kilos, 10, 11 pounds. And I was like, what are you doing? And I looked back and I was eating like a bunch of brownies, Doritos, and chips. And it was good, felt good. But my sleep was horrible. And so over the last 6 months, I've given myself the kindness and forgiveness of the truth of what was happening. And so thinking about that, the core piece of calling yourself out is kindness and forgiveness of yourself, those two things. And so when you start thinking about calling yourself out, it's not something that you're trying to be adversarial with yourself, but you're stepping into your truth, the other part of your truth, the truth that you don't share with anybody. Like type something or type a me or a +1 in the chat if you have a truth that you have never shared with anybody, partner, family member, anybody, and you barely can share it with yourself. I know I have a few. I'm still working on a few. And so here's the action around that. So with this, we're back to lists. And I say lists because then you can always chop it up and have fun with it. But like the core part of this is, first, it's a two-parter when you call yourself out. Again, start with kindness and forgiveness. And the first part is you have to schedule time for nothing. I know y'all are all busy. You got families, you got jobs, you got careers, you got all the stuff you're doing. But if you're like the majority of people in this kind of business world we roll in, you've probably never scheduled time for nothing. And it weirds you out to have nothing on your calendar or nothing to do. So that may be another hurdle to get over. But as you start making these lists of your truths, like for example, with me, like I didn't do this enough training here in Portland before my marathon. But that was somebody I used to be, not somebody who I am and who I will be. So, but the truth is the truth is the truth. And only you know all your truths. Like I can't tell you, like no one on the planet has lived your life except for you. So calling yourself out isn't something to be afraid of. It's something to embrace. And so to be clear, you don't have to like run a marathon, or you don't even have to run a 5K to start calling yourself out and then calling yourself in. But realize that life truly is a series of marathons, back to back to back, from birth to death, back to back to back. And when you're calling yourself out and you're calling yourself in, and again, remember, calling yourself out is grounded in kindness. And what's the other part? Kindness and forgiveness. Okay, so realizing when you start calling yourself out and calling yourself in, you're truly going to like open yourself up to some amazing pieces of life and some amazing experiences, because you're living the both and. And so for me, the amazing experience was at the end of that race where I'm still shuffling. Mind you, I barely had enough energy to finish. I shuffled over to the Safeway. I went in, I barely was able to like lift my arms and everything to buy a Gatorade and some bananas, shuffle out of a Safeway, had to sit down because I was literally blacking out, the stuff where you're like, you can see the world disappearing. And after that Gatorade kicked in, the first thing I saw as I looked up was this beautiful rainbow on the mountains. And it was the most amazing thing. And my hope for you is that you start to develop, using some of the things we talked today, develop your own practice of calling yourself out and call yourself in, to have some amazing rainbows in the most unlikely places that you visit, that you live, that you experience. And I just want to say thank you for your time and your participation. Thank you for the Icon team, Change Catalyst team. And I am just so stoked, and I truly enjoy that I get to do this for a living in terms of like talking about mental wealth and researching it and everything. So thank you. If you have any questions, I shared my contact information. Drop me an email, drop me a DM on Twitter or LinkedIn. So, all right, take care. Much love.
Awesome. Thank you, Anthony. Appreciate it. Thanks for being the longest running speaker at the Icon Summit. And thanks for sharing your story as well. And yeah, been there. So appreciate you sharing.
All right, thanks, Wayne.
Great. Thanks. Again. Awesome. Love that dude. He's one of those humans that since we didn't know, how do you say back in the day, didn't know from Jump Street a couple years ago. But since we connected, he's someone who's like, I'm glad he's in my life. So appreciate you, Anthony. Up next is a fireside chat with another long friend and great human. Should be a fun conversation with Sian Morson on building communities in Web3. Sorry, with Sean. Sean come through. Sean's coming up. All right.
Hey.
Start the screen. Sean, how you doing?
I'm pretty good. I can't complain. I'm just glad to be here. It's wonderful listening to Anthony and saw Robert in another session earlier. So I've been enjoying it.
Good. Thanks for being here. I stated earlier, as I stated earlier in the day, it's the first time the Icon Summit has had some Black women speakers, and so appreciate you being here.
I'm very, very honored to have been chosen.
We gotta evolve our spaces every now and then. So yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. Cool. Well, we're jumping. I know you have a hard stop, but again, thank you for being here. And first, if you could just share a little bit about your background and who you are for those who don't know and what you're working on. I know everybody should know Sean, but like
I don't know or what they don't know. I would say, let me see. I'm Sean Morson. I am an entrepreneur at heart. I'm also an investor. I'm a creator and a curator, and I would say a community builder as well. So that is who I am. Things that I'm currently working on. I've had a software development company for the past 11 years called Collective Mobile. I think, Wayne, you're very familiar with that from back in the day. I think that sort of started off my real journey in tech, obviously. Interesting path being a woman of color running a software development company and not being an engineer. So that's been great. And then let's see, I've started a few startups along the way, Cass Beauty as well. And as of most recently, I have kind of gone way down the Web3 rabbit hole. So I'm also the editor of The Blockchain, which is a newsletter and website that is dedicated to amplifying the voices of women, BIPOC, and LGBTQ creators and collectors in the space as well. So a few of the things I'm working on.
Nice. Also, I forgot about the beauty app you did. It's wow, and that was way ahead of your time.
It really was. They say you got to toot your own horn, but it really was. I think whenever I tell people what it did, they're like, "How can I use it right now?" And I was like, "Well, it's gone." So But
You sold
yeah,
it.
you know, it's not around anymore, but it was a unique concept, I think. So I think that's why I always lead with entrepreneurship, because I think that's where my soul resides, you know.
Yeah. So you're entrepreneur, but also you collect art as well, and you've had this passion for collecting art at some time. And before, and then we'll get into like connecting dots from this passion for art and how that transition into NFT in the art space as well. So how do you first get into art, and then
I think, you know, for me, I've always been a creative person. I mean, I went to high school that allowed us to study art all day long, pretty much. I studied film at NYU, so I consider myself to be a creative at heart. And I think that has played nicely into sort of my big entrepreneurial quests. I think there's always been an aspect of creativity there that I probably have not been able to fully express. And so I think with NFTs, it all sort of crystallized for me, but the way that it came about for me in particular, I wasn't that swayed by blockchain in particular. You know, my brother had been telling me about it, and I was one of those people who was like, sounds really scammy. But it wasn't until it was tied to creativity, right, that it really sort of resonated with me, and it resonated with the creator in me. So that was my first entryway into NFTs, was thinking about what it means for creators and what it could mean for creators like myself.
Awesome. So what does it mean? Like, you know, you mentioned that you are an NFT curator and collector for art, and especially around, you know, what you're doing with the blockchain. For someone who's not familiar with the space, so how would you describe it to noon and say, I'm an NFT creator and collector?
Well, I think the good thing is that collecting is collecting. You can, whether you can't see, well, you might be able to see, you know, I have a piece behind me on the wall back there, right? That is from a friend of mine, Micheline Thomas, who's a great artist. And so a collector is a collector is a collector. It's like whether you're collecting physical pieces that you appreciate or digital pieces, who you are as a collector doesn't really change per se with NFTs. And I think it's a great sort of parallel to make that observation, because I think that people think, obviously the steps to get into collecting are different for NFTs, right? There are certain steps you need to take. You have to have, whether it's Ethereum or whatever digital coin, you need all of that to collect. But I think the basics of it are the same. You are resonating with pieces that mean something to you, and you wanna own them. I think it's the same concept.
Awesome. Thanks. And with that, you have hosted a couple offline galleries as well. Can you share like how those work and the importance of doing offline events, especially like art gallery events in the NFT space?
So, you know, I think that part of what I've realized in my interactions with artists in NFTs, a lot of these artists are transitioning from offline to online, right? To creating and selling digital work. And for some of them, they've been doing prints and stuff and selling that stuff online. But I find that the thrill of having an in real life exhibit never goes away. So even if you're selling lots of work, you're selling lots of NFTs, the opportunity to see your work in a gallery still exists. And so I think that it's wonderful to be able to sort of balance some of those digital events that happen, because I did an event, I did an exhibit in February for Black History Month featuring 11 of the top Black artists in the space. And that was a purely online thing. There was no physical space to gather, but we also partnered with, I know you had, I think you had Shondra and Harold on earlier, and they were talking about some of the stuff they're doing with Black At. We partnered with them on a in real life South by Southwest exhibit, right? And the joy from the artists are actually seeing their work on the screen, that never goes away. And so I think it's really important to balance some of those digital things within real life events as well, because I think a lot of us came to NFTs probably during the pandemic. We were sort of disconnected. We were all on Clubhouse listening to these NFT talks, but there was that lack of connection. And I think that's partly why maybe Clubhouse did so well. It was a way for people to connect, and you were hearing people's voices, which was a way to connect with them if you couldn't actually be in the same space. And so I think now that we are starting to get back out into the world, it's important to sort of balance a lot of what's happening in the metaverse and the digital realm with physical pop-ups and places where people can interact in real life. I think that's still important.
Yeah, no, agreed. Yeah, agreed. Yeah, on that, especially around the community building aspect of it, the online, offline worlds. Yes, this is where it's at. I want to jump to, a little bit, talk about the blockchain, the newsletter and the website you started. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like that's right before the NFTs and everything, Web3 took off. You started blockchain. So it's like, let me see what I can do in this space. Had that with the entrepreneurial spirit you have.
Right.
What were some of the lessons learned from, early on from creating the blockchain newsletter and website that you feel like has led to your success to where you are right now?
Oh man, I don't even know, because I'm still learning lessons. I'm still, every day is a different lesson. Every week is a different lesson, I think. And I think you hear this a lot in the space. It's like the biggest lesson is like, if you want to go far, you go with someone else. If you know what I mean, as opposed to alone. And when I initially started the blockchain, it was a purely selfish approach, right? I wanted to see something, I didn't see it, so I said, I'm going to create it because this is what I want to see. And certainly, if I want to see it, it will resonate with someone else. But I had no real proof of that, right? Like all of the advice that we give to entrepreneurs about product market fit, I had none of that. I just kind of did it myself, right? And so, lots of lessons along the way, lots of lessons about the space, about interacting with people, about planning something, and the work that goes in before. I think what people see is the culmination of everything that has been happening for the entire week. The newsletter comes out on Friday and people are like, oh, this is great, but they don't see like the steps that go into it. It's really, it's an effort to, I would say it was probably easier reaching out to people initially to get them to speak. And now that there are a lot more publications that are covering NFTs and NFT artists, it's a little challenging. But nonetheless, I'm still really proud of what we've built and what we're building at the blockchain, because I think that what we understand these days is that whoever is writing the history really controls it. And what I love about blockchain technology is that it's immutable, right? These transactions are meant to be here forever. And so part of what I'm doing is attempting to ensure that when that history is written, these stories are there forever, right? And so it's important to make sure, right? It's important to make sure that they know that women were here. You know what I mean? That queer folks were here, that Black women were here, that we were all here contributing to this culture. Because if you let someone else tell the story, they will certainly write you out of that history. And so that's part of the goal of what I'm trying to do with the blockchain, is to make sure that these stories are told and that they exist far past whenever I decide to tap out as well.
Awesome. Love that, Sean. Thank you. No, you have to jump. So
we're just getting started.
I
too.
know, right? We go ahead, it just reminded me. This is like our second time having a Fireside Chat. We did one at Tech Inclusion a couple of years ago.
Yes,
yeah. Forgot about that. So the theme of today is thriving. So how does Sean feel like you're thriving, and how do you feel like what do you feel like you need to keep doing? In terms of your self-awareness, self-care practice to continue to thrive during these hard times, or just in general?
That's a good question. I never really say that I'm thriving, but I mean, shoot, I'm still here, so maybe I am, right? I try to. I think one thing that I've learned about this space is like, you and I were deep in Web 2, and now I'm doing this Web 3 thing. And as fast as we thought things were going in Web 2, they're going even faster in Web 3. And so for me, thriving means actually taking a step back and stepping out of the fray, because the feeling of FOMO, of you just got to be at everything, and you have to be involved in everything. Is there a Twitter space? Let me get in there. And so it can be a lot. And I find that for me, it's like, it's almost too much. And so what self-care and thriving even looks like for me in this space is to step back. And so I have my routine involves basically unplugging every Saturday and just being like, I'm not engaging. I'm not tweeting. I'm trying to get out of the house and get away from the computer, whether it's taking a walk or whether it's just vegging on the couch. I need to unplug and recharge. And so I make time and space to do that every week if I can.
Awesome.
Yeah, I become a very unpleasant person to be around if I don't get that time. So I try to make it a priority.
I feel you. Well, Sean, we can chop it up all day. Let's do this exercise real quick. I did it with Megan Rose Dickey earlier. I'm curious about how you're going to do this. So, So first, red thoughts on the following. Twitter.
Treacherous. Relationship with Twitter, because I love it. I spend so much time on Twitter, but it is not a real place, man. It's like how you would see the girls do this before when the double jump, and you're like, and you see all the stuff going on, you're like, I want to get it, man, I'm gonna sit this one out. It takes a little bit to understand that, that was probably the right decision. Let me not enter the fray, but I'm out there, but I'm cautious.
All right. COVID.
Time. I think that's what COVID was. I think, for better or for worse, what it did was it gave us time. And I think it was kind of like nature's way of saying, slow down, you guys. And so initially I resented it, but I came to appreciate that time that COVID provided for all of us.
Awesome. Austin.
Say again?
Austin.
Wait, what was it?
Austin.
Austin?
Texas. Yes.
Oh, Austin. Is that the word that I'm supposed to get? Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh. Austin. Oh, that's such an interesting one. I don't know what's the first word that comes to mind. Oh.
Okay. It's okay.
I don't know, maybe discovery, because I moved here right before the shutdown, and so I it's kind of like a new period of rediscovering the city for me.
Cool. All right. Web3.
Web3. Good one. Accountability. I think that that's going to be what moves Web3 forward. I think that there's a new level of accountability for not just for companies, but for individuals when it comes to Web3.
All right, last one.
Thriving. Icon Summit. That's what this is all about, right?
Appreciate it. Yeah.
It's all about thriving. So when I hear that, I think Icon Summit naturally.
Awesome. All right. Well, I appreciate it. Well, Sean, thank you again. Thanks, fam. Enjoy the rest of your day, and I'll see you in the signal.
Okay.
All right. Bye. All right, humans. Again, I want to thank our team, Arad, Melinda, Christina, Renzo, for the chat support, and thank you all for being here today. This event is not over with. We're going to take a break. Also want to thank our interpreters, Antonio and Ty. Let me do something right quick. For being here, and also we have the Change Scholars team. We've done tech inclusion, I guess, some in the past. We have had interpreters before previously, and it's been awesome, and really appreciate all the previous interpreters. But I would say that it is very awesome to have two Black men interpreters at this event. So I appreciate you both being here, and Thank you for your work and the work you do. And again, we're going to take a quick 30-minute break and be back at 1 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. That is 1, 2, 2, 3, 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, I think. And take a break, walk around, feel free to use the chat, communicate, build community, and be back shortly.
Computer now have primary control of critical vehicle functioning.
Okay, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Can you get a thumbs up? Mic check, 1, 2. Hello. Mic, yes. All right, great. We're back. Hope y'all had a nice break. Be able to stretch, be able to walk around, maybe connect with some of the speakers. The information is on the Icon Summit website. Yeah, let me stop talking and make sure our interpreters are ready. Cool. 1 second. Ty, you good? All right, great. All right. Well, we're going to keep things moving along and start our afternoon session. And we have a couple solo talk speakers and then a few fireside chats to wrap up the day. Excited to bring our next speaker to the stage. Invite him on screen. Cool. And he's coming, I think. Ebrima, if you can give me a thumbs up in the chat, should be here. There we go. It's coming. Hello.
Oh, hey, how are you?
Good. Stop sharing this.
Awesome.
Welcome to the Icon Summit. Great to reconnect. And the stage is yours. And do your thing. And come on in about 20 minutes.
All righty, cool. Let me have a cup of water real quick.
All good. Self-care is important.
All right. Well, thanks for having me here today. My name is Abraham, and I'm based in Kansas City. And my work is usually around, I call it intentional mental health awareness and a solution as well. But before I can get into that, I want to share my story real quick. I was actually raised in Gambia. It's a very small island in West Africa, and I came here 10 years ago because back in West Africa, I was playing soccer, and I had some opportunities which I was supposed to go to Norway and play soccer. However, I ended up experiencing a very traumatic event, which kind of canceled my opportunity to go and play soccer because my performance started like lacking really bad. But the experience was watching one of my best friends drown in front of me. Just a trigger warning. So me watching that as a 12-year-old boy, it did something to my brain, and somehow I started developing a stutter through that experience because growing up in Africa, you don't have, and I mean, the conversation around mental illness is not a thing. You know, like growing up in Africa, seeing someone with mental illness is a guy in the corner with really dirty locks, and usually they're getting dragged to go to the mental health facility, and it's not the nicest thing to see as a little kid. So that was my definition of someone with mental illness. So I didn't have the resources. I didn't have anyone to tell me that, hey, what you went through was a lot, and this is how you can heal, or this is who to go and like talk to. And I ended up losing an opportunity to play soccer on a professional level. And while I was going through all that, I was still trying to play soccer, but I was getting like rejected. My confidence actually started going down, and just friends. My teammates were also making fun of me because all of a sudden Abraham started stuttering. And while all that was going, another trigger warning is I also got molested by the guy who was funding the team, and I found out that he did that to a lot of the other guys. And this is something that I found out 6 years ago when I started talking about mental health. And even my friend that drowned was also one of the people that were molested, according to his younger brother. I basically did everything that I could to basically leave Africa and then start in a new country, and that's how I ended up in America. And living in America, things started getting even worse. I started having panic attacks. I was dealing with severe mental issues, but I didn't really know what was wrong with me. So, and the started getting even worse until when I realized that I'm a Black man in America, and that's there was a concept that I had to wrap around my head, because growing up in Africa, we didn't really identify as a Black man. My name was Abraham Sisay. That's what everyone called me. And then all of a sudden, I was in America. Even within the Black community, there were moments where I would go to a gas station or just walking around the school, and I'll have someone just say something like, "Man, this dude dark," and I'm just like, "Wait, we're all dark though. What do you mean?" And so it's like things like that were new to me, and the concept of being a Black man and just racism, the concept of racism was also new. So that even made my entire anxiety and depression, trauma even worse, until the girl that I was dating back in college basically gave me an ultimatum, because my behavior started affecting her, and I became very dependent on her, because she was the first person that actually said she loved me, and that's something that I've never experienced. So I didn't really understand what love really was. So she gave me an ultimatum to go and get help, or else she was going to leave, and that was my salvation. That the ultimatum that she gave me. I went to therapy for the first time now 7 years ago, and I was able to learn about my traumas. I was able to learn about my past, and also understood losing a friend at such a young age and getting molested. All these things that happened to me as a little kid affected me, and how I was identifying as those experiences. I was identifying with the stutter that I had. I defined my whole life as Abraham with the stutter, and I'm going to live my life and being limited by all these experiences that happened. So going to therapy just gave me a better perspective on myself, and somehow along the line, the stutter just disappeared, as you can see, and that kind of blew my mind. I was like, whoa. So I just needed to talk about my issues, and had someone to intentionally listen to me and give me the space of love, I call it now, to actually express the things that I never had the opportunity to talk about. So, and then I started doing videos of myself and just sharing it on social media, and I started having more people reaching out and saying things like, "Oh wow, so that's what depression is." And usually, these are other Black men that I've kind of grew up with. And then they were telling me, I experienced this. I was also molested. And I was like, oh, so it's not just me this whole time. There were other people that were dealing with mental illnesses and all these things that I went through as a kid. And, so I decided to, switch from a developer to become a developer that basically dedicates his whole life to basically figure out how we can let other people talk about their mental illnesses. And that's how I got into film, because film became, just film is a very powerful tool where you can get to talk to people. And me doing videos online, I was getting so much feedback from people that are telling me, oh, me too. And because I was able to articulate things that were happening to me, and people were getting, basically easily understanding it. And I'm just like, okay, I'm going to transition into film. And I started producing documentaries where I will use art, because I paint as well. So I'll incorporate dance, art, technology in order to better tell a story. Where my goal is to tap into people's subconscious so that they can go deep and actually realize that there are still things that we don't usually address, and these are things that are still impacting us. So that's kind of how I go about storytelling. And with every documentary that I produce. And I somewhere along the line, I was able to connect with a bunch of state representatives, a bunch of legislatures. And, they kind of educated me on the funding aspect of mental illness. Like, where does the money come from? Who is paying for this mental health services? And in Kansas City alone right now, the mental health budget is around $2.8 billion. And it doesn't make sense for such amount of money to be awarded to a state, and then we still have such tremendous issues around mental illness, because homelessness is very high here as well. And I was even impacted by homelessness because I had to live in my car when I first moved here for almost a year. And so yeah, so that curiosity of talking to state representatives, meeting legislatures through my past work, and then just asking them questions about the mental health funding. And somewhere along the line, a legislature opened up to me by sharing that sometimes there's some intentionality when it comes to funding. Money, is being held through state laws that are making sure that the mental health funds aren't able to distribute the money properly. They can like allocate the funds to the communities that they're intended for, usually minorities, and usually, they're writing laws within state laws that would, call the community as being blighted. And when a community is blighted, that just means that developers can come in and just clean the whole community and build more expensive buildings or like plazas to kind of bring in more business. But what that does is that it push, the current people living there even worse communities. And it's like, that doesn't benefit any of those people living there, because now mental illness is going up, crime is going up, domestic violence is going up. So now my goal, I actually wrote a proposal with a few legislatures that are sending, the goal is to have every state within the US to allocate 7% of their mental health budget to go into awareness, education. And on the education portion, my goal is to write a bill that's going to require every every middle school kid, in order for them to graduate, they have to get some credit in psychology. And what that's going to do is going to make sure that every kid would have the opportunity to say things like, when I grow up, I want to be a psychologist. And that's going to, add more people within the workforce. And then the second bill that we're currently proposing in the state of Missouri is going to make licensing between Kansas and Missouri, because they're literally the same state, just cross, just in between two highways. So it doesn't make sense for psychologists to be paying, license in two different states. So my goal is to take that on like a nationwide level, but I'm starting within Kansas and Missouri. I want to do that in between 15 states before I can go on the federal level, because right now I'm just a guy named Abraham in the Midwest that no one really knows. So my goal is to be able to do it smaller by doing state by state, to do a Freedom Project tour where I am introducing all of these bills that are very simple, very easy to pass, because in Missouri, we just passed a bill around healthcare workers, doctors, nurses, so that they don't have to get licensed in two states. So the mental health portion of the bill may actually happen very soon. And the third and final bill, I had an opportunity to work with an insurance company, and I saw that insurance agencies have offices in every district, and it's like small offices. Sometimes your barbershop, you'll get your haircut and your barbershop is trying to sell you Prime America insurance. So I'm trying to use that same concept by building smaller mental health facilities within every council district. And what that's going to do, it's going to make the leaders within those communities access to mental health education, mental health services, roundtable discussions with the therapists, so that we can educate the leaders. Then they can go back, like your pastor said, they can go back and educate their own people, instead of bringing in so much, real estate development where we're building multi-million-dollar mental health facilities, where the people in that zip code can't afford, they don't have insurance. So they end up not even being able to afford those services. And what that does is now we're introducing, security. Police are coming into a neighborhood that, it's being gentrified into even worse communities. So that's what the third bill is gonna be focused around. And I think, I'm giving myself 20 years to do that, because that requires a lot of money, 7% of every state's mental health budget to go into development into smaller portion instead of building a mental health facility. So that's why I decided to go and like start a startup called Freedom Project Forum. And the way that I'm trying to actually invest, which I've been investing my own money into, actually doing the things that I'm saying, the legislation, actually hiring the right people that can help me do the things that I need to do. So I'm building a video-based subscription service called Freedom Project Forum. And what that's going to do, I'm partnering with universities to come in and then give me their curriculum around psychology, and then I'll mix it with art and incorporate it with other individual stories in order to educate people on mental illness. For example, who do you go to when you need help? Something as simple as that. Because when I initially wanted to go get therapy, back then my ex-girlfriend wanted me to, get help right away, or else she was going to leave. So I was in a hurry. I had a time crunch, and I was like on Google trying to look for a therapist, but I did not know that there was another option that called counseling. I was just looking for a therapist because that's all I knew. I wasn't educated. And so now the platform that I'm building, it's going to be focused on mental health 101, psychology 101, but changing the whole concept of what we know about psychology, where we're using art and then using different ways to educate people. And then what that's going to do, it's going to be able to transfer those credit to the universities that I'm currently partnering with, for them to continue their education as your mental health experts in the future. So that's what the platform is going to be focused around. And then we are including a subscription model as well, which is a self-care box that we're developing right now. And then what that does, it's going to create a Freedom Project fund that's going to specifically be geared towards minorities, and also making sure that we're having more Black psychologists, and we're actually going to fund their education, and then making sure that we're injecting more psychologists that looks like us. Because it took me forever to like jive with a psychologist, because I could not relate to most of the psychologists that I spoke to, and it took me almost a year to find the right psychologist, and who happened to be a Black woman. And I felt like I was talking to my mom the whole time, and I'm like, what can we do to fix this issue? So that's where my startup is going to be focused around, to make the accessibility easier, to make the the longevity experience of someone going through healing, because it takes time for people to heal. It took me almost 3 years to understand what was going on in my head, and understand that I was identifying with so many different things that were happening to me, because I was calling myself a developer, and whenever I failed, it was on me. I was calling myself, I was saying that, oh, I have a stutter, which, make it my identity instead of just an experience that I was dealing with that would give me an opportunity to heal. So it's like, I wasn't giving myself an opportunity to heal. So now when I talk to people, I see that same thing of people just identifying with the things they do, the things that they're dealing with, their assets, like all these other things. And that what that does is, the moment you lose that, you lose a part of yourself. And I'm trying to remind people that you are not, you are not all these mental experiences. It's just an experience that you are gonna, eventually deal with, but it's a process that you have to work on as you progress. But it is not your identity, and we should not identify with it. So I know I'm talking super fast. It's good because I'm trying to express as much as I can on a project that's been ongoing for 6 years. So I am honored to be here to talk about the Freedom Project. I'm a huge fan of Wayne. I'm connected, and here I am today speaking. So thank you so much for having me. And my name is Abraham, founder of the Freedom Project. Thank you.
Abraham, let's talk a little bit. Abraham, thanks so much for sharing your story and the work you're doing. You mind me jumping to ask a couple questions?
No, go ahead.
Yeah. And people in the comment is like, amazing story. And so again, just thank you for being vulnerable. Thank you for sharing. Let me jump in from the question from the chat first, and then I'll jump into one of my questions.
Mm-hmm.
One of the questions from the chat was saying, since you're in this space, are there any new mental health providers that you are partnered with or you would recommend?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so right now I have a network of almost 50 psychologists in Kansas City, because the way that I go about with my process is like I bring in a psychologist in all of my videos, and then they talk about the psychology aspect of it, the facts, and then I bring in an artist and like an animator or a dancer to kind of explain what that is, because not everyone can understand what a psychologist is talking about most of the time. But when it comes to recommendation, well, I'm actually building that platform right now where, my goal is to match people with like psychologists, just like using AI. So that's what we're building with the Freedom Project Forum. And I'm hoping by September we should be able to finish it. But again, I've been self-funding this whole process. When it comes to mental illness, I will reach out to brands. And again, I'm just a guy in KC, just that, talks about mental health. And usually they'll write partner on a $2,500 sponsorship to fix a global crisis. So I'm just like, what, which is also another stigma, because a lot of businesses don't understand how important mental health is for their own companies, and to make sure that their own longevity depends on their employees, being in a better state of mind. But yeah, it is something that we're building, and I'm hoping, it's going to make a huge impact because of the psychologists that are finding me on LinkedIn or just on Twitter, and then jumping on board and saying, hey, I want to be a part of this. So I just get educated a lot by so many different psychologists. Sorry, I just saw a question about hurdle, because that's how we met.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It's funny. Like I spent some time at Hurdle before I went back to Observable, and that's how Abraham and I met. We both are aware of Hurdle. So thank you for the comment in the chat. Yeah. And great question, by the way. I'm curious, like, you have such a big mission and a big vision, and a long-term plan, like, how you want to make an impact. How do you make sure that you continue to practice your own self-care while on this journey? Because it's not like when I plan events like this, there's a clear start and finish in like 6 months, right? And then a lot of things do at the end. But I'm curious, like, how do you maintain your mental health and self-care during this own journey?
No, definitely. So that is something that I actually struggle with for like a very long time. It's sometimes very comical, because I will like talk about burnout a lot, and I'm sitting here like coding, and I'm like, man, I'm burned out. But yeah, so I have a really good team right now, so they will literally come to my house whenever they see me online now, or just like on like Monday.com, they see me active, they're like, bro, like, what are you doing? But yeah, so now I do a lot of like therapy session. I started doing Reiki as well, which is like the energy healing, and it's been such a different just a different experience. It took me a minute to like wrap my head around what's happening. And I've been doing a lot of yoga. So now, I have a farm in my backyard, and I try to grow some produce, because I've been doing a lot of research on food, and just, the things that we're consuming, and how that's also part of the whole process. It has to be 360. So like, just spending that time in my farm with my son, who's 4 years old. I mean, my son is a huge, like, I'm like trying not to say something inappropriate, but yeah, he's been helping my mental health, not like a crutch or anything, but he's been helping my mental health to kind of be there. And then we have he's very conversational, and he's a little kid, and he's already going to therapy, which is something that I did not experience growing up. So I'm trying to make sure that he does. But yeah, when it comes to my own mental health, we just did an event on Sunday, which is the phase 2 launch of the Freedom Project, with the state of with the state of Missouri, and we had the legislatures there. So we had a whole panel, because the bill is currently in the House, but it's taking forever. It's been almost 6 months. So my goal with that event was to document it, and as an advertiser, I'm going to self-distribute it for 2 months, and then collect signatures within Kansas and Missouri, and then just go to the House and be like, hey, people really want this. Like, what's the wait? But yeah, all that work definitely impacts my own mental health, but I'm trying to do my best to just, when I wake up now, I try not to look at any of my technology. I had to move all of my computers from my bedroom, and just make it as a space to sleep. And now, that separation, when I wake up, I don't have to just jump directly at my computer and just start working before even saying anything. So yeah, it's a process, but I definitely fail a lot, but I try to keep up.
Yeah. Well, self-awareness, as you know, is the key. So as you know, yeah. One more question. So the theme of this event is thrive, and how to thrive. I feel like the work you're doing is so important to help others be in a position to thrive. Um, um, do you feel like you're thriving today? And your story shares so much. I feel like to answer this question, I just feel like you feel like you're thriving today, and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, thanks for the question because I feel like I'm thriving because 7 years ago I was in a really, really, really dark place where I even tried to take my life, like, very, very like intentionally. Where, and so I feel like I'm thriving right now with what I know because back then I didn't know any of the information that I know today, and again, like I mentioned earlier, I was identifying with a lot of things, and that was a big problem because the moment I fell, it's like I fell, and I didn't have grace for myself, but now I have those boundaries whenever I am doing things. I know how to take myself away from it, but still keeping myself accountable by understanding that this is not my identity. It's just an experience, and that kind of helps me stay focused on like a psychological level. Yeah, I feel like I'm thriving. It's just that on the physical realm, we don't have control of what happens in our environment, and sometimes you're working with people that would surprise you with a story, or especially being in the film space. So that it makes me realize that it's more that we need to do because you see someone working just minding their business, and you have a conversation, and you found out that they just woke up and lost their mom and dad. That just happened this morning on Twitter. I was talking to someone. So it's like things like that. I'm just like, man, there's so much work that we need to do. But then that's also out of my control. And I try to, just tell my story and also help other people tell their stories. But yes, I do feel like I'm thriving for sure.
Awesome. Thanks. I appreciate that, Abraham. Where do you see yourself in 10, 15 years?
I feel like for the past 7 years, I've been saying the same thing, which is just
Uh-huh.
access to mental health care, as simple as it is.
Yeah.
I've been just saying access to mental health care for all. I feel like I sound like Patrick Kennedy. Mental health is the same as physical health. So I feel like in the next 10 years, I'll be saying the same thing. Just it's the same, and which makes the process a lot easier because I'm just staying in that realm. Literally in Kansas City, I'll be minding my business. Someone say, "Hey, that's the mental health guy," and I'm just like, you know what? I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And I wear a hat that says advocate, just so that people ask me, "What is that?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, I'm a mental health advocate." They're like, "Oh, that's a title." So it is now. So yeah, I'll be saying the same thing for the next 10, 20 years.
That's awesome. I love it. I remember back in the day, I was mentoring a founder, and I feel like I'm better at giving advice than living the advice that I give. And I was talking to the founder, and she was asking she was like, any tips and so forth. And I was saying, like, consistency is key.
Oh man, amen.
And it's like, it can be hard. And I think about, we think about the train 1,000 hours situation. I forgot this analogy. I think I'm messing it up, but yeah, but for humans who figure out taking care of the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, I forgot. I think Ruben mentioned that earlier today, one of our early speakers. But if you take care of that, then you can be consistent about your path. What you want to, this solution you want to solve, the problem you want to solve.
Yeah.
Success comes with that. I think about, we're talking about athletes, we think about entertainers, Maslow. Thank you, Nick. Athletes do that. I think about, I'm not sure if you're familiar with the Lay Twins, two dancers, like two kids.
Oh, yeah.
Like, yeah. They've been doing this since they was a kid. Now look at them.
Consistency.
Consistency. So I love your mission.
Thank
love
you.
what you're doing, and thanks for coming in. I'll be transparent. Now I reached out late, and you came through. And I appreciate you coming through. And we got to try to stay in touch. So keep staying in touch. So thank you.
No, thank you for having me. Just let me know anytime. I'm always ready to talk about mental health. So just reach out.
All right, we'll do. All right, Abraham. All right. Yeah, take it. Awesome. Forgot to ask the question. Where you can get the hat? Abraham, if you're still in the chat, if you're selling the hat, or how would people get the hat? Drop in the chat. Awesome. me see. Get rid of the screen. Boom. Get rid of our next speaker. Yes, Nelly. Put our own oxygen mask on first. And yes, appreciate you, Abraham. All right. As we get ready for our next speaker, Hugo from Blend. Let me find him in the chat. Bring him to this, invite him to the stage. And how's everyone doing? Doing good in the second half of the day. For some, I know the East Coast getting into the evening time. They see me drinking my tea. Make sure you all stay hydrated, stretch. And Hugo is coming. Here we go. All right. Hey. Welcome to the stage. Hugo's going to talk about the power of leading with we.
Thank you so much for having me. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, loud and clear.
Awesome.
All right. The stage is yours.
Thank you so much. My name is Hugo Arenas. I'm a certified treasurer professional, senior treasury analyst with Blend Labs. I've been here at Blend since March of last year, and I'm going to speak to you about the power of leading with we. So how do we include the word we into your daily corporate vocabulary and feedback? How do you include that word to become a better leader and teammate? So, quick introduction as to why this is such a passionate topic for me. When I first started at my first tech company in 2018, I came in end of December, beginning of December 2018. Interviewed. I was working in Austin when I was interviewing for the tech company. And so they agreed to bring me on. I flew to California, moved in to an apartment. So it was a big change for me, right? It was a huge change going from Texas and being in a private company, going to a public company, multi-billion-dollar company, and it's my first tech job. So I was really stressed and hoping to make a huge impact because I wanted to grow with that company and ensure that I essentially be able to pay the exorbitant Santa Clara rents. So my manager was great. I had a treasurer that really took me on and mentored me. But as you know, in tech companies and the tech world, and really in every employer, folks leave. They leave for a new employer, a new opportunity. They might not be happy there. And so my manager and my treasurer both left. And so that was a year into my time at the tech company. So I got a new manager, and we didn't choose each other essentially, and she was very tough, and that's why this topic is so important to me, because when she came in, she was very leading with you statements. Hugo, you didn't do this. Hugo, you didn't do that. And she would do it in meetings or in group settings. And that was really stressful for me because I felt like I was being picked on. And then folks would, sort of gang up on me within the team. And so I really felt that I just didn't belong anymore. But I took a class on LinkedIn, and I heard about psychological safety. So what is psychological safety? Amy Edmondson from the Harvard Business School coined the term, and essentially means a belief that one would not be punished or humiliated for speaking up with ideas, questions, concerns, or mistakes. So when we use the term we in our daily vocabulary, we create an environment where folks feel confident to speak up with new ideas, pertinent questions, valid concerns, or just admit to mistakes that they've made. They feel confident because we have created psychological safety within our team. It's a critical factor for high-performing teams. This was validated from a recent Google research paper on characteristics of high-performing teams. Psychological safety was identified as their top indicator of the performance of that team. So when we are less afraid of negative consequences, we encourage ourselves to, 1, take smart risks, 2, make smart mistakes, 3, share your opinions with the team, and 4, be candid with each other. It is important for us to create this trusting environment, as this allows the team members to be the most effective at problem solving while sharing 2 traits: cognitive diversity and psychological safety. This leads to enhanced employee engagement as employees feel like a respected part of the team. They see the value of their work, they feel accepted for who they are, and the unique strengths they bring to the team. So let's think about this in a feedback or a one-on-one setting. So when we are giving feedback, say you're in a manager position, or we incorporate we into those situations, that leads to better acceptance of feedback. Feedback can feel very personal, right? When someone's coming at you and saying, hey, you didn't meet the deadline, you didn't turn in your paper, we couldn't file for the 10Q, the 10K, you feel attacked. And worse, if it's not a one-on-one, if it's in a group setting, you feel embarrassed and you don't know how to respond. At least that's how I felt. However, by avoiding you statements, we can reduce the perception of personal attack. It's a perception, right? My manager wasn't attacking me. She didn't feel like she was attacking me, but my perception of it was that she was attacking me. So how do we do it? So avoid using you, right? So Hugo, you didn't turn in the 10Q review on time. How do we improve that? How do we replace it? Hugo, we need to ensure that the 10Q review is completed on time. What can we do to avoid the late review next quarter? So 10Q is reviewed every quarter, right? Another example. Hugo, why did you trade $30 million Israeli shekels at 7 a.m. instead of 6 a.m.? For those that don't know, 6 a.m. is probably the best time window to trade foreign exchange. So how do we change that up? Hugo, we should consider making FX trades at 6 a.m. to ensure the best rate. Pretty simple change, right? So let's think about team meetings. Team meetings can be especially treacherous. The group setting can make folks feel like they can't speak up, ask questions, raise concern, or admit simple mistakes. This is a setting where psychological safety must be present. In our one-on-one, I can speak to a manager directly and say, hey, I don't feel safe. We need to talk about this. But in a group setting, you can't just speak up against your manager. That's why I stress so much about why psychological safety must be present in a team meeting or a group setting. So what can we avoid? Avoid saying, good morning, team. I'm going to go ahead and get started. Hugo, why didn't you finish the assignment due yesterday? Jonathan, why didn't you ask Hugo to complete the assignment so you could review it before today's meeting? You both need to check in with each other and ensure I am receiving the assignment ahead of time. So how can we improve that? Good morning, team. We'll go ahead and get started. We have an assignment due today, and we would like to review it before turning it in. Hugo, do we have an update? Jonathan, we can check in with Hugo a day early, and we can review it ahead of the standing meeting to review. Please feel free to include everyone in that meeting. So it's a very simple change that can make a huge difference when we're thinking about creating a psychological safety. And when we think about the current situation, political situation in the world, coming off of COVID, folks working from home, sometimes not even meeting their employees or their coworkers face to face, having to do it by Zoom. It's so important to create that psychological safety because it just helps your team excel. And that's been validated by multiple research papers. It's validated by COVID, by working from home. When folks feel free to speak up and feel free to not be called out and not be picked on, you're gonna have so much going for your team. And it's something so passionate to me because once I got over that hump, once I got over that, okay, my manager's not really attacking me. My manager's just giving me good feedback, but it has to be within a psychologically safe environment. So, going forward, whenever you do feel attacked and you feel like someone is using a lot of you statements instead of using the we, lead by example. So they might come to you as a you statement. Just lead by example. Just say, okay, let's calm down. Let's think about it. We can get through this. We can work through it. Let's put some time to get on the calendar and walk through it. We so powerful, right? There's a saying that says if you want to go far, go along. But if you want to get to the end point, if you want to create a good project, you want to go live on your project that you've been working on for 10 months, you need a team. folks can be stars and can be individual contributors, but at the end of the day, when we're together, when it's a we instead of a you, we can be so much more powerful. So I'll leave you with that and hope that you folks have any questions or any follow-ups that you have. Happy to answer them.
Awesome. Thanks, Hugo. We got a few minutes, and we just want to make sure that everyone good. Ty, you good? And Ty, interpreter. Okay, cool. He's good. All right. Cool. Thanks for sharing. I'm curious. In moments of communicating that it was the being the you conversation versus the we conversation, like what was I have two questions kind of come to my brain. Oh, and I'm sorry, I am not on screen. In moments of you becoming self-aware of how the you is impacting you, versus it being the word you versus it being a we, like what was your own discovery around that? You share some of like can you impact like more what you discovered around that, and like did you have to go like was it more talking to your colleagues or your circle or coaches, and like what was that self what was that self discovery like?
Absolutely. It was me reaching out to my employer relations lead. And so within the corporate world, you have folks that can help you resolve conflicts between employees. And so my employer relations lead helped me sort of realize, that I wasn't being attacked personally, or she wasn't trying to attack me. So I reached out, right, to someone that was a third party, that was neutral, that will help me sort of, come to the realization that I just wasn't being attacked. And so whenever, she spoke with me and helped me realize that, I sort of stepped back, walked away from my desk for a few minutes, thought about what she said, and at the end of the day, came to the realization that I need to be more confident in what I bring to the table, and at the same time speak up when I do feel that way. So she gave me great advice. So she told me if you ever feel like this again, just say politely that can we talk about it in a different way? Can we put it can we bring a different light to the subject, because it's just so important when you're working from home and my manager at the time was 1,200 miles away, that we can connect in that sense, right? That we can come to understanding that at the end of the day we're all in a team and we're all here to give a small part so that the team itself can help the company grow.
Yeah. I appreciate that. And the message, the theme of the day is thriving. So how to thrive. So for you as an individual, like how do you feel like you're thriving today with everything going on in the world and at work, at home, personal life? How are you thriving?
Yeah, I think I'm thriving by helping people. I'm most passionate when I can volunteer, when I can give back, when I can help others. And so whenever I get to those three things, I feel good about myself. When I feel good about myself, I dress well. And when I dress well, I look good. And when I look good, I work well. And so it's a feedback loop where, I give, but at the same time, it comes back to me. And once you continue giving, things will come back to you. And at the end of the day, you can only do what you can do and hope that it's noticed.
Nice. Appreciate that. I love it. One more question. How do you see yourself working with someone else so you may identify, like maybe experiencing what you experience, and like do you play a role in helping with them identify whether it's using feel like the word you is coming at them a lot, or they may not be heard or be seen so much? Like, are you playing a role as a mentor or advocate in with others as well?
Absolutely. I like to mentor high school students and people that are folks that are coming in or new to an employer. I try to lead by example. So whenever I meet with folks one-on-one, I use that we statement, right? I push for we, even when I'm admitting to my mistakes, even when I'm giving praise, it's always we, right? Because we're a team. And so I help each other, we help each other out. And then at the same time, when we're thinking about going above and beyond, when we're in that same meeting and I notice someone's getting viewed and they feel like they're being attacked, I'll jump in and say, hey, let's all settle down. Let's think about this. Remember that we are a team. So it's important that whenever you do see that you become an ally. So you feel confident in yourself, but if you see that situation happen, we need to step in and we need to rectify the situation when it's happening.
Awesome. Great. I love it. I love it. Hugo, thank you for being here today. Thanks for sharing the power of we. I appreciate you and the wisdom you shared.
Thank you so much for having me. Have a great day, folks.
You too. Thank you.
Bye.
Awesome. All right. Move along. Excited to bring up a next speaker. Bring Side up. Kudakwashe to the stage. We're bringing him up on the screen shortly. And a secret is, well, not so secret, but also Kudakwashe and I work at Observable together. So, and it'd be great to get to know him more. We met first in 2020 and excited to for having him here today and share his journey. So, all right. Hey, how's it going?
Hello, how you doing, Wayne?
I'm good. You?
Man, I'm excited. Like this is my dream.
Awesome. Well, I'm gonna close my video and the stage is yours.
Sounds good. Thank you. So this is how we start. Okay, we'll get started right now. So yeah, my name is Kudakwashe Mushaike. I am the founder of Below the Surface. Below the Surface is an organization that is essentially celebrating freedom through vulnerability and creating spaces for vulnerability. And these spaces are basically for men, only for men. We're a male-centered organization. Part of the reason why this is because of the mission. The mission is centered around how the organization began was through losing my father. So I lost my father when I was a year old. And I grew up just feeling like I wasn't enough because I didn't have a father in my life and wondering if other men felt the same way. And I thought I was alone. And by the time I started having conversations with other men, I realized that it seemed like we were all struggling with the same thing where we just felt like we were not enough. And so I figured that it was important for us to create a space for us to have deeper conversations about what it is that's going on in our lives. Because once I opened up and was vulnerable enough about my own experience, it seemed like we were all going through the same thing. So I wanted to create a space where people can come and have a conversation with me about their lives, to hear about what was going on in their lives in a way that we could all learn from each other and grow together. But I've extended this in the organization and also created, like a space where we have resources about, mental health, resources about how do we actually manage ourselves? How do we know about our impact on other people? How do we know about our authentic selves? How do we find that and then bring it to the table? Because you can only give what you have. So some of the work that we've done is really acknowledging how do we create and build ourselves so that we can give to other people. So today, my talk, like really what I'm gonna, talk about and give you today is about, finding freedom through vulnerability. I like the whole idea of freedom. When I started this work, I didn't understand really what was at the core, the motivation for me doing this work, outside, of course, that I wanted to have conversations with other men and hear what was going on in their life. And I wanted to learn from other men and also give them an opportunity to learn from me and vice versa. And also show other men that this was okay to be vulnerable. But I realized that at the core, my real need was to find freedom. And by freedom, I mean just, the ability for you to be yourself, to be your true, authentic self. I like to, because, usually in the past few years, we've had to wear masks. And I think we all realize how painful it is to have to wear a mask every day. After a while, you just want to take it off and put it away. And so I think of this imagery when I think of vulnerability, or when I think about what the organization is doing in the community. We're helping people take off those masks. And we're helping people take off those masks to find freedom, which is an acceptance of their true, authentic selves. So I'm going to share 3 things with you that have been powerful in my journey of understanding vulnerability. I'll first, of course, define what vulnerability is and what it means to us as an organization. But I want to talk about three main things that stand out to me when I think of vulnerability. The first thing that I think of is authenticity. And the second thing I want to share on is, of course, freedom, which is why we do the work. And the third thing I'll finish off on is love, because it is the reason why I think we're alive and here. So the idea of authenticity is that authenticity is you showing up as a true authentic self, as your true authentic north. I think I keep using authentic self. What that means, the idea of self, actually I have an episode on this on my podcast that you could check out after this. Our podcast is called Below the Surface Podcast. You can find it on YouTube or anywhere where you listen to your podcast. But the idea of the self is the stories that you have told yourself, the stories that you tell yourself about yourself. So an example could be, I'm a lover, or in the negative side, I'm not good enough. Those are the kind of stories that we tell ourselves, and you can insert your own story there. And so that begins to define who you are and what you think about when you think about yourself. And so we wanted to reconstruct what some of those stories are, because they come out in how you present yourself. But in the journey of reconstructing who you think and who you believe you are and how you end up showing up to other people, it's a journey of vulnerability. And vulnerability, now defining it, is showing up in a way where you're opening up about who you truly are and taking that risk. It really is taking on that risk. There's incredible work that even other people have done on vulnerability. And one of those people I think about is Brené Brown, when she talks about vulnerability as a risk, as emotional exposure. I like to think of it more as like, just letting people see you for who you truly are. And one of those examples that come into my head is when I used to work at Intuit when I was an intern. I had a lot of struggles coming in, being Black, being the only African in my team, and not knowing how to communicate, tech things. And part of the temptation for me there was just to low key just hide and just, struggle on my own, because I felt like if I opened up about my struggle, then people are going to look down on me or not understand me. But it was such a huge step for me to be vulnerable with the team and tell them I was struggling. And that allowed me actually to get help. And and in doing that also, part of the vulnerability was more of like how I looked and how I showed up in the space. One of the things was like I struggled with dressing, because my dress code was very different. I came from Zimbabwe, where you dress up to go to work, where you wear a full shirt and button pants, and like people didn't do that in my team. But I was vulnerable enough to continue doing that, and it became something that was associated with me as someone who dressed well and who showed up for the things that we're doing in a different attire and a different look, which was something completely different, which was very vulnerable for me to be able to do. But it completely transformed and helped me show up as my true authentic self. And in doing that, I was able to find freedom, which is my second point. I think we all want freedom. At the end of the day, even when we love, even when we hurt, it's because we don't have freedom. Even in our work, we want freedom to be creative. We want freedom to be seen for who we are. We want freedom to express ourselves in a way that's true to us, whether it's through art, whether it's through music, whatever you can think of. We're always searching for freedom. And I think there's no freedom without vulnerability, because to be able to be creative in terms of like how you're showing up and doing something different that nobody else has done, you need that vulnerability of trying something that's incredibly very different from what everybody else is doing. To stand out is to be vulnerable. And to find that freedom is to be vulnerable. And so it's engaged in that conversation has been something that has become the core of the work that we do, that guys, if you want to find freedom, you have to be okay with the idea of vulnerability, and also giving people skills of how does vulnerability actually look like. I know I'm limited with time to really express some of these things, but this is an opportunity for me to also showcase the work that we're doing, and for me to invite you to also look at some of the videos and the podcast we have out. Then that leads me to my last point, which I think is the fundamental reason why we pursue vulnerability, and which is another also sort of freedom, which is love. I was very touched listening to Brené Brown talking about the power of vulnerability in her TED Talk, because one of the things that she talks about is that asking for our needs. She talked about asking for our needs, but she also talks about something powerful that I've experienced, which is expressing our needs, and how that can be such a vulnerable experience, or experiencing. And she talked about numbing, which is something that I think about as well when I think about love. So the idea of love is that you can think about, when I think about it, at least in this narrative that I'm giving, is that it's an idea of expressing your needs, right, and having other people meet them. When we're in love, we are in a healthy space where we can express ourselves openly about what it is that we need. But you cannot express your need without vulnerability, right? Because that the process of expressing your need is a very vulnerable one, of like saying, yo, I need this in this relationship, whether it is a space for me to express myself, whether it is a space for me to be heard, a space for me to be understood, all those things that you're expressing are by virtue of vulnerability. And for you to be able to receive what it is that you're expressing, it is a process of expressing them first before you can receive them. And so hence the vulnerability in that, the uncomfortableness that comes with that is the vulnerable process of doing that. And so that, if you could think about it in those terms, you do realize quickly that there's no way we can really go without, being comfortable with the idea of vulnerability, or being comfortable about exercising vulnerability. And below the surface, we even talk about vulnerability as a lifestyle. It's honestly at this point, it's my lifestyle. It's how I relate with people, even at work. You can ask Wayne, since we work together. It's observable how I am. But we've had some multiple deep conversations even in the past weeks about my life, what's going on in my existence, what I can learn from Wayne and his experience and what he's building and what he's doing. And even me being here is one of those vulnerable experiences where I'm sharing about my personal life with y'all. But without all of that, we cannot find love, which is an understanding of our own deeper selves. And we cannot even begin to understand our needs and expressing them without that vulnerability. But I think the most powerful thing that I want to finish on that is the idea of numbing. So we're so used to numbing our emotions because we don't want to be vulnerable. And it is becoming an escape for us not to be vulnerable because we're so uncomfortable with vulnerability. And I understand it's a very uncomfortable experience to be vulnerable. It makes, even when I think of vulnerability, it makes me incredibly uncomfortable. Like the fact that I have to go on and talk, like this talk made me incredibly vulnerable. Like, wow, how am I going to sound? Are they going to hear me? Are they going to understand what I'm talking about? Are they going to be interested? All those thoughts come up and it's very uncomfortable. And so to run away from that, it's a big temptation for us to numb, right? But I think the powerful thing there is that we can never selectively numb, which is the thing that has brought me back to vulnerability. The fact that I could numb all I want, but at the end of the day, I cannot selectively numb. And by selectively numb, I mean that if you numb the experience of expressing your needs, then you also numb the experience of you receiving your needs. And a powerful example of that is that when we numb, even with drugs, that we don't want to feel the pain, we don't want to feel the grief, we don't want to feel the guilt, so we're gonna drink or whatever. When we're numbing those emotions come from the same place as emotions of joy, as emotions of happiness. So that means once we numb what we feel, what we originally felt, we're now also numbing the thing that we actually want. We're gonna have a numbed experience of joy, a numbed experience of happiness. And I think other scholars have even extended to say that joy is a vulnerable experience. Expressing joy is a very vulnerable experience because you actually have to express it, right? Which is vulnerable because you don't know how people are going to respond to it. With that, I think I'll leave it here. Okay, I can leave it here and open it up for questions. But yeah, my name is Kudakwashe Mushaike. I am with Below the Surface. I'm the founder and host of Below the Surface and of the podcast as well.
Kudakwashe, thank you so much for sharing. Yeah. Thank you for being vulnerable. Thanks for being here at the Icon Summit. Do you have all this written down? I'm sure you have all this written down. But like, do you have like everything written down? This I think would be a great blog post or a series to start with.
So I do have a video where I talk exactly about this stuff. So you can find me on YouTube. Just look up Below the Surface podcast. You may have to scroll through a lot of like robots because there's this thing called Below the Surface. I think it's a game or whatever, but you will eventually see us in there.
Awesome. All right. Well, we're going to chop it up when we back in the office again.
Yeah.
We're back in the zero. But yeah, Melinda put in the chat. Yeah, joy is a vulnerable experience.
It is a vulnerable experience.
Agree. Thank you. You know what? I want the shirt. Joy is a vulnerable experience. Yeah. But awesome. Thank you. Well,
that's good.
Appreciate you being here, and thank you for being you. And I'll see you soon.
I'll see you soon. I'll see you in the office.
Yeah. All right. Take care.
Have a good one. Bye.
Yeah. Wow. Take a moment. That was good. That was good. And, for our next speaker to the stage. Again, want to thank you all for being here today with the Icon Summit. Thank you, our sponsors, our interpreters, Antonia and Ty. You two doing a great job. And there's the man, the myth, the legend.
Don't even.
I got to put the slide up. Okay, cool. All right. So let's do this. Ulysses Smith here today is the head of global impact, equity, and belonging at Blend. I'm excited to have this conversation today with him, and so let's jump right in. All right. I ask everybody this question. This moment right now, how are you doing? How are you really doing?
It's so loaded, isn't it? Today is better than yesterday. I'll say it that way. How's that?
Yeah, that is okay. That is 100% okay. All right, cool. And for those who don't know, I have not read the job title, but you mind giving a brief introduction of or take your time. It don't have to be brief. Take your time. Introduction of who you are and what you do at Blend and so forth.
I'm just here to support you. That's all. We've been missing out on our coffee chat, so why not get to finally have it with a few hundred guests with us?
Yeah.
But I think for those who have not had the misfortune of meeting me yet, my name is Ulysses Smith. So Sis, not C's for everybody, but I am Blend's head of global impact, equity, and belonging. I am right now currently here in Jacksonville, Florida, but bounce between San Francisco and here. I grew up here, but I have a great team, by the way, but I get the chance to really focus on not only building out Blend's overall DEI function, belonging at Blend, but also all of our environmental, social, and governance work, and really getting us to a point where we're beyond just talking about the principles of DEI, but really actively trying to apply them to every core function of the business, including the product that we build, and thinking about how that impacts the lives of not only actual customers, but also borrowers, right? Really thinking about getting to more equitable outcomes for underbanked populations, especially. So that's a little bit about me. So everybody on my team is already in the chat, so I love it.
All right. Cool. Awesome. Trying to see where we want to start here. I'm curious about this question. You came when we met. It was around 20. Look at my notes. I think 2018. 2018. I think it was at Cornell, and then it was at a couple of previous companies for Blend. Mm-hmm. And I'm curious, did you imagine at that time getting into work in tech at D&I, what you have been through now, since 2018? Did you imagine all the different experiences you have to have, challenges you have to overcome, and how has that shaped you in terms of how you do your work now, or perspective in tech around diversity, equity, inclusion, belonging?
Oh, listen, I promise there's no holds barred here, so nothing's off limits. I'm sure legal teams everywhere are going to cringe, but I think I was always prepared for there to be some challenges, right? And some resistance to this work. It's expected to a degree. I don't think I saw it getting to this point. I don't think I saw it regressing, from my perspective, regressing to the way that it has. And I think what has been a little frustrating, right, and disheartening even, is to see just how awful things have gotten to me. And I think it's actually, as I've been reflecting on it over the last week or so, the last couple of weeks, it's impacted me a bit more than I think I anticipated. And I allowed myself to really sit in, not really allowing myself to really sit in those feelings and be a bit more introspective and reflective on what's been going on around me. But I do think, in terms of what it's done for my work, it's given me, I think, absolutely, I'm way more empathetic to where people are, and a bit more resolute in my belief that, at some point you do have to meet people where they are to help them learn and, take them by the hand and guide them to where you need them to be. At the same time, I've gotten to a point where I am way more assertive about what it is that I expect, in terms of how other people treat me, and to not be reductionist in categorizing the work that I do, right? I have to really lay it out for people. It is not my job to show up to any company and you only engage me to help you translate how to talk to Black folks. Like, that's not what I do, right? You could also read a book, right? That's not my job, right? My job is to help you apply these principles, and you should be able to treat me the way you treat anybody else in the business, right? And so I've gotten to a point now where I'm way more assertive about what I need, what I expect from people, how I expect it to show up, and the results I expect, right, at the end of the day. And that is definitely an adjustment for people. And I'm already a direct communicator, which is just difficult. But I think that has definitely been an adjustment for folks. So trust me, I could go on, but I'll spare you.
Awesome. No, don't need spare anything. No, I love that. But as I unpack what you just said, like there's, to me, and correct me if you feel like you don't agree with the words I'm about to use, but there's the maturity, self-awareness of this, with this maturity level of saying, like, no, I don't have to speak up for this. This is not, versus before, and because I feel like I've been in this situation too, it's like you feel like it's your role to help, right? But in the workplace, no, you cannot speak up. Say, no, I have clear outcomes and direction we need to go in. Your other self-discovery you need, yes, it may be related to the color of my skin or my identity or what's happening in the world, but you have to take that work out. You have to take that responsibility. And that's not what I get paid to do. I get paid for this strategy over here. You got to take that over here. So, yeah.
Well, the funny thing is, I do get paid for that to some degree, right? Yeah. And so I think that's the frustrating part, is that, especially when I'm trying not to toot my own horn too much, but especially when you do what you do well, right? I am not good at many things, right? But I am damn good at my job. I'm sorry, you don't have to translate that, but I am very good at my job. I'm very good at what I do and how I show up, and I'm very effective at driving those results in this space. That doesn't excuse somebody else from taking the initiative to do the personal work that they need to do to also get us to better outcomes, or to do some of that foundational work, right? To your point, like there's a level of maturity that I don't think a lot of people are really interested in. That I don't think they're really interested in that point. I think people are very afraid, right, to be perceived a certain way. But do they really want to kind of fix some of the things, mitigate a lot of the issues, even prevent a lot of things, right? I don't know. I'm not convinced everybody's. I don't think anybody's inherently bad by any means, right? But I think there's a lot more work we need to do. So that part can be frustrating to me. And there are days I show very happy. There are days I'm very defeated, right? Yeah. Because it's just like, are we really having the same conversation again, right?
Yeah.
But I swear we just had it 2 weeks ago, a month ago. Yeah. Like, were you? Keep up. I take notes.
Yeah. Agree. Yeah. Totally. Yeah. You wrote this LinkedIn article a couple days ago in response to. I feel like when I see articles that's in response to a particular situation and traumatic event, yes, it's a response to that, but it's also a collective response of everything else that's been happening leading up to that. And the article is about being afraid. There's a response to like the Buffalo shootings, the murders that happened, and you connected the dots that I haven't seen anyone else do, and around like the Google manifesto. I said manifesto.
Yeah.
Manifesto. There you go. Thank you. From a couple of years ago, and how that situation was someone. They wrote their disagreement how they view around women and people of color. And the person in Buffalo shooting did the same thing. That person took action. And so it's the only difference from the Google manifesto and the Buffalo shooting was the guy that we know of from the Google manifesto didn't take direct action with his feelings, but he still wrote it down. Why do you think it was important for you to connect those dots in terms of the tech industry? Being mindful of people who are, share their opinion, but share opinions that is blatantly racist towards, Black people, women, people of color, LGBTQIA, others, and as well, they don't view them as humans until they think they don't belong. Why do you think it was important to connect those dots?
It's the frustrating piece, right? It's because it seems like we refuse to learn as an industry. We refuse to pay attention to the things that have happened and actually acknowledge them and seek to change them in the future. It's turned into kind of a corporate gymnastics almost to quash discontent or to quash anything that's perceived as scandal, as opposed to really openly talking about it and acknowledging it, right? Acknowledging how that actually has shaped, in many cases, in the cases of many organizations shaped their policies, shaped their practices, formal or informal, right, written or unwritten, right, and impacted many of their employees to the point where I don't think a lot of people, and I certainly myself, like I'm very open about how I feel in many circumstances, but I have never really voiced fear, like actual fear. And you watch that trajectory for so long and you just wonder, how do we keep getting back here? And how do we keep getting to a point where we're pretending? We are actively and overtly pretending that this doesn't happen in tech, that tech as an industry is so very, very progressive. Right, and we lean on those laurels that we're always striving to leverage technology for the better, right? To improve other people's lives and create more equitable outcomes and all those things, which in many cases, yeah, it can be true. But we are not actually talking about the people who are showing up every day and building that technology and who are actually very harmful, can be very harmful, right? And I think that was a culmination of just so many things. Right? Over the last few years, we've just seen so much happen. And I think I got to a point where when I sat down and really reflected on it, I really thought about, I have no desire to leave my home, right? And that's not healthy. Right? I know that's not healthy. I have zero desire to walk outside. Even this morning, I came downstairs to do my routine to grab my coffee, and my neighbor, I just moved here, right? It's brand new house, like my neighbor who's a white guy, who I don't know, right? I do not know him, but the first time I saw him, he had walked on my property to my back porch and onto my back deck with a surge protector and a bunch of devices and was stealing my electricity. Wow. And this morning, he had taken my lawnmower and was, cutting his grass. And I think, and there was a moment where I was like, you're in the state of Florida. You are very Black. This is a decision you have to make. Do you confront this individual? Do you escalate this? These are real-time decisions that somebody has, that I'm sitting here making. And I don't think we fully appreciate that in the workplace, that all of this is what we're all bringing here every day. And decisions that seem so mundane that a lot of people take for granted are the things that I'm dealing with, that I think a lot of us are coping with. Like just basic things to protect our own safety, to protect our person, right? People who were literally going about their business, and older, vulnerable people like that, who are just grocery shopping, people who are going to church, people who are just living, right, doing things that are not harming anybody, are attacked, right? That's terrifying to me. And that informs the work we do every day. And I just don't know how we can continue to be effective in this practice if we don't actually acknowledge that's a fear that a lot of us carry. And I think I just reached a point where I just needed to put voice to that somehow, some way, because I am scared. I'm actually very terrified.
Well, thanks for sharing. As a previous speaker was saying, thanks for being vulnerable as well. So thanks for sharing that. I reshared it, and I think it hit home for a lot of people because, as you're saying, like the tech industry, we do try to keep going. I pause. We try to keep going as if it doesn't affect us, right? In tech industry, I think it's so. Thank you for sharing it and doing that. Speaking of that. With that, where I'm kind of my brain. I'm thinking about your own now with your story we shared. I'm thinking about your own safety, your own self care, your own like in your role as a leader at the company. It's like there's that showing up and be like I'm okay. I had a session earlier talking about being vulnerable in the remote workforce, right? So how do you show up and be vulnerable? And it's like, well, in working remote, and then also is expected to still have hard conversations and support others in your role. And I'm gonna jump to questions after this. So I'm curious, with leading these hard conversations at Blend, and taking care of your own self, how has that changed over the past couple of years? Especially since the pandemic, because it seems like it's been times 10 since it's like every other month, every week.
Yeah, I think the way it's changed is that we've had to have more of these conversations. We've had to create more of these spaces intentionally where people can just get together and talk about this and just express how they're feeling. And I think for me, it's difficult because you just said earlier, you want to help people, and it's not your role, but it feels like my personal responsibility, right? And I feel liable, right, when people don't feel like they are in a place or in a work environment where they can talk about that with their colleagues, because we're seeing into each other's homes. We're getting very intimate views into people's lives at this point. And there's no way somebody can just process all of this. Like you can't just, process it at home on your own time. That's not how it works, right? We're getting that. We don't surrender that at the door. We don't surrender ourselves, right, when we log on, right? And I think, unfortunately, we've had to create way more of those like actual carved out time and spaces to really engage in these and conversations where it's just like, let's just talk about the reactions and the feelings to what's going on, right? And I think the unfortunate part is, and as the previous speaker was just saying, a lot of folks have gotten numb to it. And, we had everybody in the company on a Zoom call after the murder of George Floyd, and, seeing subsequent anti-Asian violence, right? And so many other things, participation waned significantly, right? But all of that, warfare, COVID deaths, layoffs, right? Everything has been impacting so many people, and we just aren't talking about it in the same way. And people are, to some degree, it seems like they're not even interested in engaging it. And frankly, I don't, at any company, I don't think a lot of leaders at many companies even get it or care, right? They're very focused on so many other things. And that's unfortunate. It really is unfortunate. So I don't mean to be cynical and a downer. I think I'm at a point now where I think we really have to acknowledge that a lot of people leading these organizations really have to lean in to these conversations at this point and be more active participants in them, right? And actively then seek to make the changes, right? You saw the CEO of Logitech wrote a piece just really expressing where he was in this journey and what he was understanding. just a leader taking a minute, right,
Yeah.
to just write something and say something is a powerful gesture in and of itself, right? Now you got to follow that up with some actions, right?
Yeah.
And let's be clear, but
Yeah.
I need that from more leaders here.
Yeah. No. Thank you. Yeah, I am thinking about, just some of these conversations today. Like, yes, the Icon Summit is historically been for Black and brown men, and now we have several Black women speak today. And I was thinking about this conversation. I hope like when people can watch the videos, we watch some of the videos on YouTube, that our Black community see these conversations, but also our broader extended community, not Black community, hear these conversations, because like Ruben was talking about earlier, is like the CEO is like the chief psychological officer as well, right? And there's what you're saying is like they speaking up and so forth, and not just speaking up first, because we want to see that you care, that that what's going on, and take action.
Yeah.
And sometimes that's all we need.
It'd be nice. it would be nice. Sometimes even acknowledgement is nice, but I also just don't want us to get to a point where that's all we're accepting, is that somebody acknowledges it and a company acknowledges it and then doesn't actively do anything to fix it and change it. We all have a role. Every organization plays a role in all of this. You can either choose to address a lot of the structural matters that exist, or you can choose to perpetuate them. Right? And I think I'm at a point where anywhere I work at this point, absolutely must actively work to dismantle a lot of this and undo a lot of the social ills that we've seen at this point. Otherwise, you aren't invested in me, and you certainly don't care about me or the people who look like me, right? And that's just bottom line where it is.
Yeah. I want to dive into that some more, but I want to jump to the question right quick, because there's something in there. There's a lot of that. A question from Hart. And I think this was from we were talking about earlier. So, what do you see dramatically as the most challenging things now?
I think it's honestly it's structural issues, right? I think so my background actually is in like policy, right? It's not actually in TVI work, right? It's like and so one of the things that's frustrating is a lot of people don't quite understand unfortunately how government works, like what those processes are like, don't understand the impact that their voices actually carry, right? And what small actions they can do or they can take to actually impact that change. And we've become so defeated that when we look at a lot of the structural issues, right, being able to address root causes, right, of a lot of inequity vis-a-vis the law or other institutions that exist, right, we get so defeated because it does seem insurmountable. And I think we've got to figure out a way, and there are many other organizations that are working actively to help bring about that education and that change and spur a lot of active civic involvement and civic engagement from Black and brown communities especially. But that's something we've got to be able to take control and be the determinants of our own destinies, right? And that it takes time, it takes effort. These systems were built over hundreds of years. They were not built overnight. And it's gonna take a lot of effort, right, to undo a lot of things. And I don't want us to get defeated. But I think that's probably the biggest challenge, right? It's not just the smaller company things, like little things companies are doing and trying to, there are much greater systemic issues that we have to address. And I don't actually think a lot of people are interested in that level of change or even some of those conversations to begin with.
Yeah. Thank you for the answer, and Hart, thank you for the question, because it connects to what I was thinking about a few minutes ago. Is when we think about these tech companies, we're talking about CEOs, executives, so forth, and especially this interesting time where we're in right now, where we're talking about a down market and layoffs are happening and people are talking about the bubbles burst and focus on revenue. And historically, the tech industry being like culture is number one, right? But as I can take a step back, it's like, did you mean culture for everybody? But it's like culture is number one. There's no tech company without the people, right? Things happen in the world that affects us as Black humans, LGBTQIA, Asian, you name it, it affects us. And something Melinda and I was talking about earlier or yesterday was that there's more things happening in the world to Black people, to Asian people, to LGBTQI people. So yes, those things will keep coming up because just more things are happening to us. And a few minutes ago, we talked about we want to have a message and take action. So how do you communicate that strategy or that process of like, yes, we want to address what's happening, make sure our employees are okay. We want to take action, and we look at from the political end, the lens that you just mentioned. The action can be different levels. It may be a donate to a nonprofit or organization that is on the ground in Buffalo or in another space in Florida or so forth. Maybe it's doing something for your employees here. But how do you communicate the different levels of strategies that need to be ongoing? Because as you said, none of this is going to change is going to happen overnight.
Yeah, I think, and I'm gonna try not to contradict myself a little bit, right? Because I do think companies absolutely should be open and public about the positions that they have on many pieces of legislation, especially where they have employees present, right? I think that's absolutely critical. At the same time, I also recognize that where most companies are focused is on their product, good, or service that they're putting out into the world and into the market. And so how do you leverage folks like me in roles like I have if we stopped, for the record, putting DEI folks in HR and limiting their scope to ERGs and other nonsense? Not that ERGs are nonsense, but you know what I mean. To actually give them scope and authority, right, and influence, right, in other critical parts of the business, you could actually start applying these to whatever ecosystem in which your company is working, right? For us, it's financial services, right, banking, lending, right? We know, and we know who's denied mortgages. We know the rates for that. We know how addressing a lot of the structural or systemic barriers to people getting fairly evaluated for credit and access to generational wealth. We know what that could do. So how are we going to use the agency that we have vis-a-vis our platform to help drive that change and engage with lawmakers, whether it's House Financial Services or Senate banking committees or anybody else we have to work with, whatever other federal agency, to help drive that not only policy change, but also to build that into the platform itself, right? And any other organization could have the exact same conversation and take those actions if they chose to really think critically, which we know is missing sometimes in tech, and actually engage in that dialogue and start driving that to action. You can build equity into a product strategy. You can build that into your company's actual vision, but that tone is set by leadership, right? That absolutely has to be set by leadership. That has to be articulated as a priority. And if it is not, at this point, I'm not seeing how your organization is going to be that successful in the long term, right? Because we know demographics are continuing to shift in the United States, and actually globally, right? And so we know you're going to continue to alienate increasingly larger segments of the market from actually being able to utilize your products, right? So you have to ask that question as an organization: is that what you really want? Even if you were approaching this from a purely capitalistic point of view, right? You're shooting yourself in the foot, right? Because you're actually not really engaging in these kind of critical dialogues at this point to drive that change. So I would encourage companies to expand the scope of their DEI practitioners, right? Really leverage them and start engaging them in these very critical product conversations, right? And actually let's start applying this in a way that makes sense for them. So.
Agreed 1,000. And I don't think, well, just in case people didn't get what you were saying in the beginning, because I'm 100% agree with you on this and been have some time, is that individuals like yourself in the role head of D&I should not be under HR. They should be an executive on the team, report directly to the CEO, and have power without the whole organization, because it's that important. And I don't think people historically just don't get it. They want to put it on HR. HR is important,
Yeah.
But
Absolutely.
this is more important. So
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
just as important. Yeah.
Same relationship we have with HR and people teams, and that partnership is the same type of partnership we should have with every other function in a business.
Yes.
Right? That's where I'm coming from. Right.
Yeah.
So from sales strategy to product strategy, let's go in that way.
Yeah.
So
Agreed. Next question from Nelly, and thank you for asking this question. How are you creating your own safe space?
Woo! Confession, I am not doing a very good job of that. Thankfully, I do go to therapy, right? So that I think, and I'd strongly encourage folks who need to seek help to absolutely do it. I think it's a beautiful thing. And it is always helpful to have somebody else to talk to, especially folks in my roles oftentimes are on the receiving end of a lot of other people's trauma, and you're trying to help them through it. And this, right, it's really important for me. I realize like I can't sit here and stew by myself in this house. And I need to actively process with other people. And before that, I really was just losing myself in video games, right? Escaping to entirely different worlds, right? Fantasy worlds, and just kind of losing myself that way. And as lovely as that is, and it's such a great escape, and it definitely brings me joy. That's still not the healthiest thing. So that's actually an area of growth for me, is being intentional about creating safer and braver spaces for me to not only, and like this, for me to be vulnerable, to be open with other people, to forge new connections in this way, and to really just kind of make sure I'm actively processing a lot of the things that I'm experiencing too, and not just trying to help other people through theirs. So area of opportunity. So thanks for the nudge and the reminder.
Hey, you know this. I keep saying the self-awareness is key. So yeah. Last question. The theme of the day is thrive. So how do and this may be contradicted what the question just asked. I don't know, but but do you feel like you're thriving, and how are you thriving today?
I don't know. I think there are areas of my life where I feel successful. I don't know if I personally feel like I'm thriving. And I think that's what I'm starting to realize. I've gotten to a point now where one of the things I've been unpacking is a mistrust of a lot of people, because I get a lot of outreach and things like that. And one of the reasons I had actually stepped back from LinkedIn after I got a lot of attention, that was a little overwhelming for me. And also because it became very difficult for me to see and understand when somebody was interested in me personally and interested in getting to know me, or versus just being interested in what I could do for them. And I think we've gotten to a point, not just in tech, but in many respects, where we've become so mercenary and transactional in our relationships. And I just really don't want that. I don't need that. I don't need the attention. I'm an introvert. I don't really care for the attention. This is me coming out of retirement right now to do like my first public speaking engagement, and I don't know how long, but because it's just not who I am. But I would love to get to a place where I feel secure in myself, where I feel like I can, be who I am unapologetically in every scenario, right? And I wish I was there. I'm not. And I wish I felt like I was thriving. I think people perceive me as being very successful and secure in myself, and I am to some degree, but there are many other things I need to work on. So I'm hoping to get there, but I'm glad I get to be on this journey with a bunch of other people.
You're not alone. You are not alone. You are not alone by a long shot. And
you wrote a very moving piece yourself that I think really prompted me to sit down and think a bit more, and really kind of lean into acknowledging a lot of the feelings that I was having. And I'm really grateful to you for really speaking that into the world, because I otherwise I don't think I would have been moved to speak my own truth like that.
Well, thank you. I don't know what piece you're talking about, but thank you.
You wrote an article. You wrote a whole article.
It's been a while, but thank you. We in this together. We're in this together, and I appreciate you. And like I was saying earlier about one of our previous speakers, Anthony Ware. There's people like yourself who we have met, and we may not chat often, but we know we're happy that they came into our lives, and I appreciate you. So thank you for being you. And I know we don't chat as often as we should, but anytime, don't matter. Feel free to text me, hit me up, and we're there.
I will. You open that door. Don't try to close it now.
All right. All right.
Thank you, as always.
All right. Same. All right. See.
Take care.
Awesome. Wow. Thank you, Ulysses, for joining and being vulnerable. And we're going to have our last speaker, Michael Hall, come to the stage. And I'm going to take a moment so interpreters can rest for a second. I'll bring Michael to the stage. All right, Michael is coming. Yo, I'm gonna be real with y'all. This stuff is emotional. It's emotional as hell. Hey, yeah. Hey. There he is.
What's up, man?
Oh wow, Michael, how you doing?
What's up? I'm good.
Man. I appreciate you being here today, and people don't know like our journey that we it's funny. Like I'm thinking like, Mike, you want to share like where you are and what you're working on, and we dive into some of that for minutes, like who you are, what you're working on.
Yeah, man. I mean, just so everybody should know, I met Wayne when I was in grad school, so I've known Wayne since 2003, 2002. So when Wayne wasn't the tech guy, he was still designing. We was out there running them streets, having a good time.
In North Carolina.
North Carolina, right? The small streets.
Yeah.
So Michael Hall, I run Digital Grass with Growth Therapy, which is therapy for Black entrepreneurs and Black employees and workers that are in the tech and innovation industry. Chief Meta Officer for Black Top Street Basketball Association, which you guys would know as AND1. And for 16 years, I ran a marketing and graphic design company by the name of Medium 4. And I got two other projects that I can't really talk about that my business partner is pretty much manning, but one is a B&B chefs component where we're bringing celebrity chefs and specialty chefs for people that are staying at Airbnbs and short-term rental locations.
Awesome. Thanks for sharing. How long have you been running Growth Therapy?
Growth Therapy's only been going for, I mean, in theory, ever since I ran a business. You provide therapy for clients, whether you know it or not.
Mm-hmm.
But Growth Therapy has been going for 2 years, only funded for one. So we're going into that next round of funding. But it was definitely a response to those that were defeated and succumbed to the impact of the George Floyd murder. But we've been around that environment for a much longer time than most people know, as we are also the original founders and creators of the Justice for Trayvon Martin Foundation, which was done by Medium 4.
Wow. Thanks for sharing. Yeah. You said Growth Therapy was in response to George Floyd. At what point did you see like it was, we know the impact of that situation, right?
Right.
At what point did you see like it was important for you to launch Growth Therapy for Black founders around therapy? And
I think my mom is watching, so I'm going to try not to cuss today.
Okay.
I'm going to do my best. I got tired of hearing white people say they cared and they wanted to make a difference when the solution was right there in front of them. And I know the basis of allies, and it was just a lot of people in our community, Wayne, that were positioning themselves of not understanding and not being able to empathize with it. And sometimes I think we seek solutions where we do have an answer to the solution, we're just not implementing it. And therapy can be very taboo. We already know. I mean, I remember when I first got into therapy, even though my mom is a therapist and my mom works with students, it's just not something we put on our table. If me and you were talking and it was like, hey, we having a bad day, neither one of us would probably come to each other, especially 20 years ago, and be like, oh, you should go to therapy. It would have been like, hey, you want to go get drinks and do some work? Let's make some money. We'll feel better after we get drinks and make some money. But when you start to understand therapy and you start taking a more mature approach to everything, the approach became more so, these are reflection and actions of PTSD. These are the parameters of trauma. And if you start looking at those parameters of trauma as a Black man, you're consistently watching another Black man get murdered on national TV. And it is now becoming of a norm to an extent. And I believe the need of doing something, that aha moment would have been when someone was like, this is so difficult to talk about it. We didn't know it was so bad. And I said, imagine living it. Imagine having to go through it every day. Imagine feeling hunted. Imagine your family now being afraid when you're on your motorcycle or you're in your car. And now you're checking in, not because you're out late, not because you're out drinking. You're checking in for the sheer safety that if you get pulled over by the police officers, you don't know how your day is going to end. So imagine going through that trauma and still having to wake up every day and run a business at a top tier level just to be considered mediocre.
Yeah.
So that's when I was like, okay, I got to do something about this, because I couldn't be the voice of reason. I couldn't keep having those conversations on my own because it drains you. Our group sessions, they're tiring. When you hear that stuff, you just want to cry. It's no other emotion besides you either want to cry or fight. So you're either in rage or pain. There's not a lot of middle ground for those situations.
Yeah. No, you nailed it. The mental strength that we have to deal with is real. Like it's like to this day, it's like I go walking. I'm trying to get back in shape. But I go walking in the city, and I make sure that I always have my ID on me, because we know what that means, right? Because if you get stopped without your ID,
it's another problem.
Yeah, and so so how's the support has been like since you started growth therapy, and the support around programs for founders? Has it been in Miami, has it been overwhelmed? Has it been surprising? Or has it been people taking this in, or how's it been?
We have a wait list of probably over 125 people.
Founders and employees that want to be in the program. We have requests from probably 10 other cities that want us to launch. We've only been able to get funding from the Knight Foundation. Most people love the platform, but don't want to put money behind it. Most people love the platform, but think it's too new. Even though we had some of the most detailed results. I mean, us, we're data guys. We keep unnecessary data. So I think the embracing of the community is great. They feel it's needed. For those that said they wanted to help people with mental health, especially Black people with mental health, and there was these billions of dollars that were put aside, I don't know if they really want to help, or they just want to do more disparity studies of what's going on with us versus just giving therapy. We can continue to have conversations like this to bring light. And I think everything is strategic. And me and you've had conversations about this, and borderline, I would say some sparring of how do we make this work. But you can only talk about it so much before an actionable item happens. And bottom line is therapy. It's hard for me to tell somebody to spend $250 on therapy versus pay for a cell phone bill or buy some new software or just pay a bill in general. It's very hard to train the mind that self-care is the best investment you can make. But then it's also just as discouraging when you say, well, how can we help minorities in tech? Well, give me money so I can give them therapy. It's not like I'm making a whole bunch of money. Most of the money is going right back to the therapist. All I'm doing is feeding another Black company because I'm working with Black therapists. So if you want to help them, give them therapy. If you don't want to give me the money, go pay the companies and just give out free vouchers. But I'm very torn through those that say they want to make a change versus those that just want to sound good saying they want to make a change. Yeah. No, that's real. That's real. We're gonna have some offline conversation after this, but that's real. With that, I'm going to change the subject a little bit and talk about Miami tech scene. You've been in
Hey,
Miami.
real quick, can I just say something?
Yeah.
This interpreter with this fro is everything, fam. It's straight up. Like I feel like I'm watching Fat Albert, the cartoon back in the day when the dude just perfect, bro. Man, that afro is everything, man.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah. Yeah, no, all good. No, that's all good. I've been thinking about it too. It's like I'm gonna take a screenshot. We're gonna talk about some bro.
I know, it just
you about
mad that my hair's thinning and I'm going bald, bro, because I would definitely have that fro right now.
Hey, look, I shaved fresh last night. So I'm like, there's no hope for me. He got it all. He got it all.
I'm going there, bro. But I'm with you.
But thanks for that. But you've been in Miami for some time. I'm curious. Before the pandemic, you was in Miami. When people on the West Coast talking about going to Miami and doing all this sort of things before, after the pandemic and talking about this new tech hub, it was like you and Felicia, what are your thoughts around this like conversation now around Miami tech hub?
All right. So short because of time, but deep because of what I can and can't do. There's problems that we already have here that are hidden because of what we see as diversity that aren't going to get any better by the bro culture that's coming from the West Coast. That would be number one. If the West Coast couldn't fix it, you kind of bring in some of the same toxic elements from one coast to the other coast. And unfortunately over here, I think it's going to get worse because you got more pretty women and you got more distractions. Wow. And I know that sounds very shallow, but I'm just being real. You got a different kind of hunger over here. All right. So the same guy that was struggling in an apartment in California, he got a house in Boca and he driving a Tesla back and forth to Miami and his ego's on a whole different level. So you're going to have toxic problems that just didn't get fixed. Another thing is, I definitely understand some people here from the aspect of the tax haven. And yeah, there's no state taxes and there's a lot that you can do in Florida. But they're going to quickly see those silos are the same because you might know Miami, but you don't know Overtown. You might know Wynwood, but you don't know Miami Gardens. You might know Brickell, but you don't know Little Haiti. So that's what they're seeing. But Miami, as you know, from more of a global aspect, is 3 counties. It's actually Palm Beach, Broward, and Dade County. That's truly what Miami is when you talk about investors. But when they're coming here, that diverse melting pot is very diverse when you are smelling the pot. But when you look into the pot, it's very segregated. The ingredients are all there, but they don't blend together the way they're pitching it. So I don't think it's not going to get any better. I mean, you know what? The money's here. Welcome it, have fun, stay safe. They still get busy down there. Protect yourself. But there was a lot of issues that I know you, Melinda, and I'm not even trying to be funny. You, Melinda, people that were really trying to fix this before it became cool. How Hank Williams was doing with platform. There were people that were really trying to fix these issues. And I don't think you guys got the money you deserve, got the credit you deserve, and weren't able to build the collaborations needed to fix it on the West Coast. So now it's like, oh, well, we care. So we're going to move our toxic problems to a more diverse area and still be toxic in a diverse area. So I don't think it's going to get too much better, to be just being frank.
No, that's real. Appreciate that. No, that's real. Yeah, we saw that when we did it. We started doing my tours and traveling in 2016, right? And it was like, we went to Melinda came to Austin, came to Miami. Like we went to Nashville, Tennessee. We went to Detroit, right? We went to Chicago, right? And we saw it. And it's like the Silicon Valley Barrier Tech was taking the same toxicity and mindset into these other communities, and say, oh yeah, it's diverse here. We're like, yeah, but are you supporting the community? Are you just gentrifying that community? So
I'll leave you with a stat for data for everybody to consider. You have close to 70% of Dade County is Hispanic, right? 68% of that 70% identify as white. Yeah, let that number run through your head. So even though the diversity is there, they've excluded themselves from that diversity when it fits. And you from North Carolina, I'm from Panama City. The world changed once you get north of Orlando.
Yeah.
So they can live a certain way down here in Dade County that you can't do anywhere else. And that's going to be a whole nother culture clash because they, Them boys from the Bay gonna come over here and be like, "Oh, you're Hispanic." I'm like, "No, I'm not. You know, I am, but I'm a white Hispanic." They go, what you mean?
Yeah.
So I want to see how they figure that out.
Yeah. Well, good luck. Good luck. Yeah. Good luck. I'm like, yeah. How do you feel like, the theme of the day is thriving, right? How do you feel like you're thriving in 2022, and how did your life experiences leading up to now help you thrive? Stay there, Michael. Did we lose you? No. Might have lost Michael. This is just me. All right, cool. All right, let's give it a few minutes. Hello? Check. Here, come back shortly. It's fine. It's like, and it's like we don't like where this conversation is going. Let's try to shut them down. That's what happens. Try to shut them down. But let me see if we come back shortly. But for those in the chat, thank you for the feedback. It says he's reconnecting, but thank you for the feedback and what Michael's saying is being real about the communities and so forth. Nelly's comment is part of the perpetuating the fear of self-expression in the tech community. I agree. That's real. It's just I feel like he's back. All right. It says accepting and connected, Michael, if you can hear me. I'm going to remove you and re-prompt you to join, FY. Oh, this thing's happened. It's okay. Let's go back to Michael's screen. There we go. There we go.
Man, Comcast been doing a number on us over here.
Okay, all good.
So what I was saying was, by being authentic, because I've always had, it's true to be a form as being like a Gemini, I have the business of helping people and I have the business of doing business. And I do business with media, or a lot of that is government.
Lost Michael again. Let's see. All right. Let's see if we toggle the video. All right. Well, it's been an awesome day, and unfortunately, things happen. So I'm right back one more time. No. Pedro, I think I pronounced your name right. But thank you for the comment. They've been impressed with the event and speakers today. Also let you all know that go back and watch the videos on the Change Colors YouTube channel. And replay again on Crowdcast as well. Turn it back on. So if you can look for the videos, they'll be here later today, but also you can rewatch again on Crowdcast. Let me try one more time with Michael. Oh, I had to restart. All right. I get that. Yes. Thanks for the update, Dante. Nice. Got it. Cool. Well, I do question for the chat while we're here, and is that go back to the question of the day. May I ask everyone, especially after hearing some of the speakers from earlier, is how are you going to practice? How do you practice self-care? How are you going to maybe rethink about your self-care practice after the day, and how you can think about thriving after today, and so forth. And also, Michael's come back. We'll chat, but things happen. It's okay. We're safe. Michael and I figure out another way to connect in the future. But this session is this streaming session was scheduled for 6 hours, and we're at our almost our max for the day. And so I'm just going to go to some quick thank yous. And sorry, Michael, you're having technical difficulties. So anyway, we share Michael's information in the chat so you can follow up with him, and he's a smart human, great human, and support his programs that he's doing at Digital Grass. And so, and thank you for being here. And sorry, I had some technical problems. Again, I want to thank our sponsors: Blend, Google, First Tech Credit Union, Change Callus, Interpreter Now, with awesome interpreters, and Balsamic. So I really, really appreciate the sponsors and support for this the third Icon Summit. Again, thank all our amazing speakers. You all are great. You're awesome. I appreciate you all, and hope you all stay safe and take care of yourselves. Again, thank Change Scholars team, Melinda, and it was awesome Melinda to get some shout outs throughout the event today. Christina, Arara, Renzo, and Renzo has done a lot, the behind the scenes with communicate with our speakers and so forth. I really appreciate him doing that, and can't do this event without this team. So thank you. And also thank all you who've been up with us throughout the day. And I appreciate you all, with the comments, the questions, the chat. So thank you all. And you can learn more about the Icon Project, the Icon Summit at iconproject.org. And be safe, and take care of your mental health and your well-being, and check with your family and friends and loved ones. And I'm Wayne Sutton, and I will see you online.